All right. Roll call. Call to order. Do we have a flag
It should be
to
up in a second.
salute to? There you go. Perfect. All right. Let's do the flag and go from there. On three. 1 and 2 and 3. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America
and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation,
under
God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we'll go ahead and do a moment of silence as well. Okay. All right. Moving right along. Presentations and proclamations. I don't think we have any presentations or proclamations to give out. Does any members of the council have announcements? Mr. Lowenstein.
I do not tonight. Thank you. But we're going to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. That's it.
Very good. I had that on my item as well. Councilman Horvath.
Yeah, two things. One, my community meeting is going to be this Saturday morning, 9:30 to 11. We'll have John LaRock, and we'll be talking about Dominguez Park and the new play structures. Some of the early drawings are back. And then the second thing I just wanted to draw everybody's attention to, today we had a virtual ribbon cutting for the South Bay Fiber Network, something I've been working on personally for 4 years with the people at the COG. And so we didn't get to do the ribbon cutting we had hoped to do, but this virtual one seemed to work out. And so that's why I put up this screen. We are connected, as is the rest of the South Bay. And this is a good news item in terms of what we're going to be able to do in the future and how we're going to be able to leverage it, not only for more cost savings here at the city, but for potential things that we want to ideally, hopefully, bring to our residents and our businesses in the future. That's it. Thank you.
Great.
Congrats, and it's good that you cut ribbons and not fiber.
We'd be really in a bad place if we cut fiber today.
Yeah.
Nice one, Todd.
Yes.
All right. Councilmember Grand, do you have anything to report?
I do, absolutely. So first I want to say very, very thankful to Mike Webb and Joy Abikin in conjunction with the California Cannabis Control Departments. There was a raid raid that was actually documented in the paper with regards to a cannabis church up on Aviation Boulevard. This is a terrific collaboration between two agencies to work on this cannabis church and see if we can remove it from our city. So that was a terrific thing going on there. So thank you very much for your hard work, and we'll continue to move forward with that. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember MD.
I just wanted a small announcement to say thank you to Public Works for putting in our bike racks over by the grocery outlet CVS on the corner of Artesia and Ringe. And we now have a bike rack on the north side of Artesia where the bike path is. So thank you very much.
Great. Fantastic. And I've got, just want to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone. We're not going to be meeting until December. So Thanksgiving is next week. Keep your group gatherings to immediate people that you've been staying with to begin with. Keep it small. Keep it disconnected and 6 feet away. We've got rising numbers in COVID. It's very serious. We're getting complacent. So just want to tell people happy Thanksgiving. And so hopefully we get through this together in a better place. I had a good community meeting. I actually had 2 this weekend, one online, one in person. It was great. Had 13 people or so at my online in-person one, all nicely social distance away. Went over a lot of stuff. Had one for just over 2 hours yesterday. It's always great to see you get 2 totally different groups of people coming through and talking. So that's really, really good. Other than that, I have nothing else. So let's get going. Approval of the order agenda. Since Mayor Brand is not here and I'm filling in, I would like to pull item P1. So if we get a motion to approve, unless someone wants to move something around.
Motion to approve as is with the exception of removing P1.
Perfect. Second one.
Second.
From okay. So motion by Councilmember Horvath and second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Does anyone have any issues with that? Speak now. All right, it is so ordered. All right, so that sets our agenda. We have no agency recesses tonight. Blue folder items. I saw an email come through. Eleanor and Vicky, do you?
Yes. Let's see. So we have public comments for J1, which is public comments on non-agenda items. We have a PowerPoint for N3, which is discussion receiving file of the 2020 pavement management survey. We have Exhibit A of reimbursement for N5 related to the reimbursement agreement with Riviera Village Association for the CARES Act funding. N6 revised Exhibit D related to the approval assignments of general fund balance for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2020. And that's it.
And of course the e-comments. So we can get a motion to approve those and put those into the agenda, including the e-comments.
So moved.
Second.
Perfect. Motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Does anyone have any issues with that? No. All right. It is so ordered. Next up, we have consent calendar. So these are the items that will be voted on in one follow swoop. So they will all be voted on together and approved unless an item is pulled by the city council. Any member of the public can comment to these items or pull these items. So let's just go through to all the council members first. Councilman Lowenstein, do you have a item you want to pull?
Do not, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath, do you have something you want to pull?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Grand, do you have something you want to pull?
No, thank you.
Councilmember MD?
No, I don't have anything to pull. I just want to say thank you on item H6. That is much anticipated and much appreciated. So I'm so glad that item's coming forward.
Yeah, I saw that and I read into it and I was like, oh, I can't wait until we replace that sign.
It looks bad, right? It looks bad.
It's bad. It's bad. We need it sooner than later. So yes, thank you. And we need to update that ordinance too. Okay, so let's see. So are there any e-comments, Vicky? Are there any attendees that want to speak to it?
Okay, so anybody for the public from Zoom, if anyone would like to speak on any of the consent calendar items, please raise your hand. Okay, and then Vicky, we have some e-comments on H9.
Yes, we have, we have 5 e-comments submitted for item H9. The first comment is from Matthew Zarro. Dear Redondo Beach City Council, I am writing to you today as both a member of Street Watch LA South Bay and as a community member. I encourage you to not select a fence contractor today. I believe that your community the golden rule and think how it would make you feel if your community demanded a fence be built around your home to quote unquote keep the community safe and you quote unquote from being seen. As you likely are aware, Street Watch LA cares deeply about the rights and dignity of unhoused people. One of the major themes I hear from my unhoused friends and neighbors is a desire for people to see them quote unquote just like anyone else. What I understand this request to mean is they don't want to be demonized and dehumanized by their fellow community members. Putting a fence around these pallet houses is unnecessary and is offensive to some of the unhoused people I have talked to. It reinforces a narrative that unhoused people need to be kept separate and segregated from the rest of the community. We hope the city of Redondo Beach takes seriously the rights and dignity of unhoused people and avoids the types of litigation that the city of LA has found itself in by ignoring them. I join in Street Watch LA South Bay's call to this council to not put our unhoused neighbors in cages, but to instead to treat these folks how you would want to be treated, not with suspicion or mistrust, but with love and compassion. Thank you for your time, Matt Zarro. The second comment comes from Micah Ezis. Hello, Redondo Beach City Council. I am a member of Street Watch LA and a lifelong resident of Redondo Beach. I do not wish to see the unhoused members of my community any more ostracized and segregated than they already are. On these grounds, I urge you to not approve the spending on this fence for the pallet shelter. Many of my unhoused friends in Redondo Beach are already wary of the pallet shelter project, considering it a sort of miniature jail for controlling the homeless. Putting up a fence around the shelter would do nothing to assuage these fears. But beyond that, $77,000, really? With that type of money, we could be doing so much more for our unhoused neighbors than an unnecessary and ugly fence. The problem I see here in Redondo has less to do with you, City Council, and more to do with the culture that we've cultivated in the South Bay. It seems many of our residents have an out of sight, out of mind, quotes unquote, sort of mentality when it comes to the homeless. If they just don't have to see the homeless, they don't have to worry about their lives and problems. They maintain an illusion of separation, when in reality we are one people sharing this space as a single community. A fence only would stigmatize our unhoused neighbors. As a member of Street Watch LA, I demand that my unhoused friends, and neighbors be treated with dignity and respect, the same as any other member of this community. We are watching the development of this pallet shelter project with great interest and care. The city of Los Angeles has run into legal problems because they did not care for the lives of the homeless people whose lives they upended instead of properly providing for them. If the unhoused people here in Redondo are not treated with the respect they deserve, we in Street Watch will be the first to know. Please delay the contracting of this fence and use the money in a more effective way to provide for the unhoused in Redondo. Thanks for your time, Micah Esses. Third comment, it comes from Sarah Klena. Dear City Council, as a Street Watch LA member and resident of Redondo Beach, I am asking you to reconsider the necessity for fencing around the pallet housing site. Installing fencing around transitional housing sends the message to people that unhoused people are dangerous, should not be visible to the community, and must be kept separate from everyone else. Instead, the City Council should set an example for the rest of the South Bay of treating all our neighbors and community members with compassion, dignity, and respect. Additionally, not installing the fence would save the city valuable time and money with this project. For $77,000, the city could provide life-changing material aid to our unhoused neighbors that would be far more impactful to getting people off the streets than a fence ever could. Thank you, Sarah Klenham. Next comment is by Shabnam Shams. Now that you have chosen Kingsdale, what precautions are you taking to take the project to take, what precautions are you going to take for residents of Kingsdale that are in very close proximity to the site? You are building something close to our homes with no guarantee of protection with respects to unintended consequences. 24-hour security is limited to the constraints of the four walls of the shelter. How will you control anything that happens outside or potential gatherings of more homeless when news breaks that the shelter will be stationed there? Are you going to station police officers near this area to patrol? You are testing a pilot, but you need to think about the residents who may feel unsafe. Considering you may vote on spending $77,000 on a fence for protection, the residents of Kingsdale and 182nd must be considered within the budget as well. Last comment is from Maggie Clark. Dear Council and residents, in considering a fence around the pallet housing development, I would like to remind some who are commenting here and task force that there is no evidence to suggest that the presence of unhoused residents in any way threatens the safety of their housed neighbors. Assertions that a fence is necessary to protect housed people from those who cannot afford housing are rooted in baseless assumptions, which are not borne out by anything but anecdotal evidence. Wasting tens of thousands of dollars on a fence and extreme surveillance around the pallet houses reinforces rather than challenges this erroneous view, wastes money, and communicates to the unhoused community that they are unwanted and that their community views them as blight. Hardly an appropriate message for something being billed as service. And I'm going to refresh my screen really quick to make sure we didn't get any new comments in. And I think that those conclude the comments for item H9.
Thank you very much. Let me just respond real quick to the people regarding Street Watch. As someone who's worked Project Room Key, we were very, very concerned about safety, and safety comes in many forms and factors. Where I live at, I've got a fence all the way around me. It's not about keeping people in somewhere. It's about security and safety of the individuals there. And you want to keep site control. If you have just an open area where anyone can just wander through, you don't have site control. And one thing that I learned in Project Room Key is you want to be able to know who goes in, who goes out. If something happens, you have a record of it, and you know what's going on. So this is for security and safety for the individuals that are there. We're going to be responsible for what happens there, so we're going to do everything we can to make sure that their safety is in place. It's about ensuring that we are running a safe program. And, that's my top concern. I can't speak for everyone else. But I know when we talked about this, this is a very, very big deal. And we want to create an environment that's helpful to the individuals to make them feel safe, and that they don't feel that someone can just walk on through and break into their belongings and steal it. So that's what I have to say about that. I thought we're doing everything we can to help people in Redondo. We're leaders in the South Bay. So thank you for those comments. I appreciate it. And, for North Redondo residents that are worried about, we have camping ordinances that we're enforcing. We're going down this path. Councilmember Emdy and I worked really hard on moving some of those forward. So thank you. If anyone else has anything else to say on that, let me know now on those items or e-comments. Otherwise, I will take a motion to approve all of the H comments in one fall swoop.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
All right. Motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Emdy. For this, I'd like a roll call vote, please. Eleanor or Vicki.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
Councilmember Emdy.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Aye.
Okay, so I'm going to read the resolution. So H8, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC-2011-090, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2020-2021 fiscal year budget modification to appropriate contribution funds in the amount of $467,567 to the capital project fund, and to subsequently appropriate $467,567 in available capital project funds to the Enhanced Watershed Management Plan Implementation Project, job number 60150. And then H12, adopt by title only ordinance number 0-3208-20, an ordinance of the City Council of Redondo Beach, amending Title 3, Chapter 7, Article 17 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code regarding preferential parking fees, for second reading and adoption. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Okay. Onward and upwards. Public participation on non-agenda items. So this allows the public to come out and talk via Zoom or via everything else. I see Holly is there. So anyone that wants to talk for 3 minutes can talk now. We're going to limit it to 30 minutes, but we haven't had that problem before. So Eleanor, take it away.
Okay, so Holly, you're up. There you go.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Let me stop my watch. Okay, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and planning staff. This is Holly Osborne, District 5. I want to talk a little bit about SB 1120 in case it comes back in December, because I have heard too many uninformed remarks from people who should know what SB 1120 means, but don't. And I'm providing pictures so that the electeds on the dais can go to our state legislators, Senator Allen and Assemblyman Maritzachi, and emphasize what is wrong with SB 1120. And I hope you guys have somehow opened your emails and can look at the picture. I want to remind you that SB 1120 was never debated in the Senate. It was on the consent calendar when it first passed the Senate, and that is why most senators do not even know what they voted for. And I can also use these pictures to inform newspaper reporters who continually misrepresent the bill when they write about it at all. So one picture is worth 1,000 words. Here's a picture of Redondo tall and skinnies. These tall and skinnies are on 2,500 square foot lots, 25 by 100. Together, these 4 lots make 10,000 square feet. Okay, now scroll down to below the picture. What would SB 1120 allow? It specifically allows small lots as small as 2,400 square feet, which is just a little bit smaller than this, to be split, and after split, 2 dwellings on each lot. That would mean 4 dwellings where 1 now stands. The newspaper constantly refers to SB 1120 as the duplex bill, but it is really a replace 1 house with 4 houses bill. So how on earth could you put up two houses on a 1,250 square foot lot, which is half of this, and have parking for both? That's a rhetorical question. But wait, there's more. How would this affect a neighborhood? SB 1120 allows one developer to only acquire every other lot. It can't be adjacent at most. So your house might be safe, but you would have 4 dwellings in the same size space on either side of you. That is what developers are counting on. Make your life miserable so you will sell to a different developer and they will do the same. When I have showed this plot to places outside Redondo, the universal remark is we would never allow this to happen in our city. And probably some of you in South Redondo are saying the same thing. People, even if your lots are 5,000 square feet, if you split the lots, they are 2,500 square feet. So in South Redondo, you would only end up with 2 houses on these 2,500 square foot lots. In order for the lots splitting and subsequent 2 on a lot to not be more dense than the Golden Hills area, you would have to start out with 10,000 square foot lots to begin with. Okay, and so forget about trees and front yards and shade and walkable sidewalks.
Time.
Unless you have in the back where the cars can enter the lots, you get what is pictured. So all of you, get up and see Ben Allen and request that he not support any son of SB 1120 in whatever form it might take. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. I can honestly say I truly appreciate your constant updates on this because you keep in the forefront. We have a lot going on, and this is a very informative email. That picture speaks 1,000 words, so thank you for sending that in. It really shows how Redondo, in those tall and skinny lot areas, is affected by some of these housing bills. All right, next up, anything else?
So we have an e-comment. Go ahead, Vicki.
Okay, submitted by Michelle Cohens. I have been closely listening in on your discussions regarding the temporary pallet shelters, and I can't stress enough on behalf of my community in District 4 how disheartening it was to hear you not only reject any and all South Redondo locations, but reject them as backups while the Kingsdale site is being prepped. If that isn't proof in itself that you don't want it anywhere near you, let alone near you for a bit of time, I don't know what is. Time and time again, you defended C-Lab, Seaside Lagoon, Moonstone Park, harbor and hotels near the harbor for a multitude of reasons, which always stem back to the root issue in which you don't want the business interest in those areas to have unintended consequences, but couldn't share those similar and extremely valid concerns for the Kingsdale site. I will also add to the record, South Redondo concerns are just as valid and not any less important, but certainly not more important. Mr. Mayor, you have been elected to represent all of Redondo, not just one side of town. I keep on hearing time and time again, this is not a South versus North Redondo issue. You have blatantly showed that is by your rhetoric and constant defense of businesses in the harbor, which mirror District 4's concerns, and have yet to hear you show any sort of empathy to constituents of that area other than, quote unquote, it's close to Ralph's, it's close to public transit, it's the best pick. It is the best pick to you because you do not have interest in that area. It is all said and done, and we can only hope for the best, but your tone-deaf response and favoritism will be remembered. I commend Council Members Grant and MD. That is we have another one, from Jane Abrams. Mayor Brand and City Council members, I understand there is a challenge for the City of Redondo Beach to enforce some of the current municipal codes during the pandemic. I have sent emails to some of you and hope to hear back on plans to move toward better enforcement, especially on a code, no smoking in public places, that was added in 2019 and affects public health and safety. One step in enforcement could be posting of signs in the city's business districts and in high-density neighborhoods where many residents live in apartments or condominiums that have indoor restrictions. Another idea is to do some community outreach online on the city website via social media or other publications. As a reminder, here is a summary of the No Smoking in Public Code. And this is a section 5-9.102, Prohibition of Smoking. Section A, except as otherwise provided by this chapter or by state or federal law, smoking is prohibited in the following locations. 1, public places. 2, the interior of places of employment, including those regulated by California Code Section 6404.5. 3, any area within 20 feet of any door, window, opening, or vent into a public place. Section B, smoking is permitted in the following locations within the city, unless otherwise provided by state or federal law or this code. 1, private residential property other than those used as childcare or healthcare facilities subject to state licensing requirements. 2, within a moving vehicle. 3, as provided in section 5-9.105. C, no person shall dispose of any smoking waste, including but not limited to any part of a cigarette, cigar, pipe, or tobacco product in an area in which smoking is prohibited by this chapter or other law, except in specific receptacles designated by the city for smoking waste. Thank you for your attention on this issue, Jane Abrams, District 1. And I'm just going to refresh really quick just to make sure we have no new comments submitted. And we do not. But that concludes public comment on non-agenda items.
Thank you. Joe, I got a quick question for you. Item of smoking has come up quite a bit in public places like in the Pier area. Do we send code enforcement officers out? Do we send police out? What's the, do we get complaints? Do we just deal with it on as we see it basis?
I would have to call on the police chief to see if we've had calls. I've not heard of calls, or Brandy Forbes, if we've had calls to respond to.
We'll do Brandy. I saw your light on first there.
Yeah, we haven't received calls on that. It's not something we're doing patrols on. You know, we're focusing on the main complaint-based code enforcement that we have been doing, and then as well, then we've added the leaf blower, but we haven't been. You know, there just isn't the staffing to do the patrolling for that.
Yeah, I understand. I totally see that, and you guys are mostly your cars anyways. Chief, real quick.
Yeah, it's just like anything else. If someone calls, we will respond. I'm not sure. I don't remember any calls I've personally heard over the radio or anything like that. But if the public does have a concern, please call, especially if it's a repeated type thing where we can go out and you know, talk to somebody, then we're happy to respond. The last time I checked, we had written, you know, 1 or 2 citations over the course of like a year for that violation. So it hasn't come up lately, but non-emergency number is always the way to go.
Okay, thank you. That's kind of what I've been saying to some people. Appreciate that. All right, so next thing on the agenda, that's done with that. No public hearings, therefore no ex parte, no items continued from last time. So item N1, so Travel and Tourism Board. Stephen Proud.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Tonight is an annual event. It's a report by the Redondo Beach Tourism Management District, providing you an update on the activities that they've been involved with. Just by way of a little bit of history, this board was formed with the formation of the Redondo Beach Tourism Management District in August of 2018. Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism is the entity that is the nonprofit entity that's responsible for the management of the district. As one of their very early tasks, what they did is they created a management district plan, which created the framework for the Redondo Beach Tourism Management District. And that management plan included things like the boundaries of the district, the budget for the district, how the district would be governed, and it outlined the method of assessment for the businesses within the district. For the first year of operation, the district was projected to receive annual revenues of approximately from a 1% assessment on gross room revenue for each assessed lodging business. And because the district is the entire city boundaries, all of the lodging businesses within the district within the city are part of the district itself. For the upcoming fiscal year, the board is leaving the current assessment in place. There's no proposed changes. And due to the impact of COVID-19 on our local hospitality industry, we will see a drop in the revenues from the assessment, which are now estimated to be approximately $376,000. So almost half of what they were for the first year that the district was in place. The district does have a carryover from their previous year of approximately $219,000. And with some delayed remittances that are incoming, they're projecting their budget for this year to be approximately $619,000. The city does collect the assessment on behalf of the district, and we submit that to them. We do participate in the district itself by attending the Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Board meetings, and so we do sit in and listen into those. And for tonight, most importantly, is in accordance with their district plan, Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism is required to deliver to you an annual report, and that annual report is required to be delivered within 90 days following September 1st, and we are in that window. And the report outlines how the board will be, the successes they've had in the past, and how the board will be approaching the upcoming year from a travel and tourism perspective. So with that brief introduction, what I'd like to do is turn this over to Rebecca Elder to start the conversation, and then ultimately she'll be turning that over to the group that has been assisting Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism with their marketing efforts. And so I'll let them speak for themselves because this is such a wonderful program. I'm sure you're going to want to hear everything that they have to say, and I'll just step out of the way.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff. We really appreciate the time today. I'm Rebecca Elder. I'm the chair of Redondo Beach Tourism. And I also have with me, are you guys seeing me? Okay, sorry, I just paused. I also have with me our marketing firm. Daniel Martin is on the line, as is Cameron. So Daniel, are you?
Right here.
Great. Okay, great. So we have a presentation for you. Daniel's going to kick it off, and then I'm going to cover some market overview, and Daniel's going to talk to us about the marketing. So let me share my screen here. Okay, just make sure you're seeing it. Okay, you should be seeing a cute skateboarder.
All right. Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff. I'm Daniel Martin with Palucci, Saling & Martin. This is our second year working with the Redondo Beach tourism team and supporting the efforts on behalf of the city to grow the tourism base and increase revenue on behalf of the city. And quite a year it's been. It's almost, very fitting to kind of think of our efforts as two different years and two different worlds that we've stepped into. The first year was stepping into a plan that included really activating events, and we photographed and videographed the 10K, the holiday boat parade, and had a tremendous amount of energy and enthusiasm that was going towards activating the travel and tourism opportunities for all of our guests in their hotels. And quickly, as the second half of the year, fiscal year took hold, we quickly transitioned. And Rebecca will kind of, take us into this next slide.
See some great imagery that that our team has gotten, and as a quick reminder before we start, all of the images are property of the city, and the hoteliers are able to use them as they see fit. So the imagery that you see in here, we've provided the link for the city to use in any subsequent marketing materials, but it's a great resource. So what Daniel mentioned is we had to quickly shift course as we got into February. So I wanted to share with you some of the imagery. We put out a call to the hotels to provide us with images of safe servicing of the guests, mask usage, to help those that are traveling understand that here in Redondo Beach, we take safety very seriously and help the traveler feel more comfortable in their choice to travel. So these images were provided by Shade Hotel. And later in the presentation, you'll see that these are the images we've used that have had the most engagement on social media. So they really did resonate with the guests and folks that were coming to the area about knowing that we take the safety protocols very seriously.
And as a starting point, I think it's just it's a critical sort of consideration for us to think about how the world of travel and the world of tourism has changed. And I think those visuals certainly kind of take that point home in a very impactful way, in a similar way as Rebecca outlines how the numbers do it.
Thank you. So to give a little background, I wanted to provide some information about our sources today.
hotels use a variety of resources in informing our business decisions and understanding what's happening in your local market conditions. So a couple of the sources I'll be referencing today. One is LA Tourism, and that's the tourism marketing district for the county and city of Los Angeles. So they have all the resources for the hotels that are located downtown, and they provide a lot of information out to other hotels that are within the county. Also, CBRE, and that is Coldwell Banker Richard Ellis. They have a research division that specializes in analyzing and reporting on the performance of the lodging industry. So hotels will subscribe to their reports in many cases as they prepare for their budgets. So this is widely recognized as a reputable organization that can accurately predict trends. So to speak to the slide now, we had to quickly shift gears once the pandemic hit. So the local hotels began to experience cancellations related to the pandemic in February. Once the shelter-in-place order was enacted, several hotels had to shut down in March. Some shut down for a couple of weeks. One remained closed until July 1st. So there was a significant impact to business with that shelter-in-place order. Many of the groups canceled for the rest of the year because as we've proceeded through this year, we've seen that there are restrictions on how many people can meet and what a safe gathering is. So that's resulted in essentially the evaporation of group business. So to show the impact of tourism, this is a projection that was shared by LA Tourism, and it was based on a CBRE projection. So the projection for Los Angeles occupancy is at 50.1%. Last year in 2019, we actualized about 81% occupancy. So that is a 38% decline. So as anticipated, the hospitality industry has been significantly impacted by the pandemic. And just to give an idea, we noticed early in the pandemic that there was a shift of those that were comfortable traveling. That guest was not coming from out of state or internationally. The guest was really local. It was folks who were in the LA County area within 2 to 3 hours, also known as our drive market. So this is another source from LA Tourism where you can see Los Angeles and San Diego are running similar occupancies. And we're competing with a similar guest. Those same people that would come to Redondo Beach are willing to drive 2 hours down to San Diego. You can see other large cities in the country not quite as performing as strong as LA and San Diego. You've got San Francisco at 43%, New York at 37%, but all showing pretty significant declines. One of the metrics that we use when we look at Los Angeles is how our submarket is performing. So CB Richard Ellis divides our large LA County up into geographical regions. So our submarket is South Bay, and that's where Redondo Beach is. So we would look at what's our performance relative to Beverly Hills, downtown LA, Hollywood, Santa Monica, and that can let us know, where the travelers shifting within the city and how could we potentially increase our spend to bring some of those travelers to Redondo Beach. I'm pleased to share with you that the South Bay performance year to date, we are 3 of 10 submarkets in Los Angeles. So we're top 3 in occupancy for the South Bay. We are 4 of 10 in rate. So in the top 5 for our rate, and 4 in 10 for RevPAR, which is an industry term for revenue per available room. So these metrics are indicating that although we are a small market relative to a Santa Monica or Beverly Hills, we're still performing quite well. And Redondo Beach Tourism's efforts have been a huge part of that. Hotels struggle with marketing dollars, particularly now when revenues are down. So this is where Redondo Beach Tourism becomes even more important in making sure that we're getting the name Redondo Beach out through these travelers to potentially bring them into the area and into our hotels. Looking into the future, CBRE was projecting 2021 occupancy at 58%, so still down dramatically from a pre-pandemic year, up 8% over this year. Hotels will continue to struggle with a lack of group, because of the meeting restrictions. Currently, California is the only state in the nation, well, prior to today, was the only state in the nation that could not host group meetings. So now we're seeing all of those metrics rapidly change. And again, this is a moving target. This is, as we know, of right this moment. Certainly if another shelter-in-place comes in or if more restrictions come down, that our forecast can be impacted by that. However, it is reasonable to assume that hotels will struggle with a lack of business travel, lack of international travel, and lack of group throughout 2021. The International Air Transport Association is projecting airline travel will return to the prior levels in 2023. So we are looking at a significant recovery time for hotels and airline. Some sources are projecting that hotel occupancies and RevPARs will not return until 2023 or 2024. So it will continue to be an uphill climb. With the beginning of the pandemic, as Daniel will touch on, we really shifted strategy to understand who our core customer was. And in this regard, it is our drive market. That guest is coming from within California, in many cases within 2 to 3 hours away. So I'll let Daniel discuss our timeline.
So the story of Redondo Beach tourism during this period of time is really highlighted by a couple key, milestone moments. As we started Q3 of 2019, which was the start of our fiscal year, we had walked away and left the city after our presentation this time last year, talking about a massive effort towards direct bookings on the RBT website, and really a very focused shift towards more e-commerce, entering into agreements with third-party booking engines like ARES, and we really were moving in that direction. We continued to kind of grow into Q4 2019 with the launch of all of our e-commerce efforts. We allocated funds towards a variety of digital outreach efforts. We're really optimizing and growing campaigns. As I noted before, we were shooting a tremendous number of event photography into the totality of our campaign. In Q1 2020, we initiated the Out of Hotels Lifestyle Focus campaign. So we had all of our final photography. We were focused on a 2-hour drive and 2-hour flight for all of our audiences. So we most certainly started 2020 with an emphasis or an awareness rather that the drive market was part of our campaign, but it certainly wasn't the dominant presence for our dollars in comparison to some of the flight audiences. We also had, a tremendous amount of focus with the initial marketing plan around embracing a large quantity of events that were going to be taking place in and around the Southern California area and targeting seasonal market travel that could possibly stay in Redondo. And that included everything from the NCAA tournament to the MLB All-Star Game, the LA Auto Show, as well as, and most certainly, the opening of SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, where we wanted to begin to have all of our football games for the Chargers and Rams have away teams staying in Redondo and traveling over to SoFi Stadium. So there was certainly this sense of, if the world is going to be coming to Southern California, we're going to be having them stay in Redondo Beach. That, is where we started 2020. As you know, the initial conversation started with Rebecca and the Redondo Beach tourism team around canceled bookings for group travel in mid to late February. At that point, I think it should be commended by that Rebecca and her leadership of this group and all of the hoteliers quickly moved to have us recalibrate and turn off and put all of the powder that we could saved on the side. We turned off all digital efforts and we revamped our entire organic social posting mindset, and PSM in the early stages removed entirely, my firm, all of our service fees, turned off all of our invoicing with an intention of let's just wait and see. And as we waited and tried to evaluate the situation from March into April, we began to have some very preliminary meetings as to, okay, what's next? How do we prepare? How do we keep as much of the money on the sidelines as possible for the moment that we know people are going to start to move back into this arena? At the end of quarter 2, 2020, we slowly re-entered with search efforts. We started testing the market to see, were people starting to look at Los Angeles hotels, near the beach, especially as the beaches began to reopen. We wanted to make sure that if anyone was going to travel, that we would have that opportunity to put them quickly into our parameters. That being said, there was another short pause in June as some of the sensitivity around the current state of the racial justice protests were moving through the state. So we've had a little bit of on and off. And at that same time, I think we've sort of moved into a consistent place where you'll see us in Q4 2020. And, Q3 2020 is where we finish. And we're going to show you kind of all of the creative that sort of sets up this next effort. So what does that all sort of mean for us? I'm sorry, Rebecca, go ahead. The fundamentals of the questions we want to answer on behalf of the council today is, what was our return on investment for our efforts last year? What was our reach? And how did this strategy ultimately pay dividends on behalf of the city? So if we look at it as an executive brief level, and again, understanding that there are two stories, there's the first 6 months of fiscal year 2020, and there's the last 6 months. We spent approximately $50,000 on search advertising. We approximately $61,000 on social-based advertising and retargeting. We spent another $27,000 on digital out of home during the first part of the fiscal year. Programmatic ads, e-cards, Expedia co-sponsorships, and events and partnerships. And I'm going to touch on events and partnerships in 1 second. We began the year projected to spend for fiscal year $435,000 in ad dollars. We reduced that money and saved the difference between that 348 and the 435. So there was an approximately a 50% reduction in all media spending during the 6-month period between March and August 2020. In conjunction with PSM readjusting and lowering their fees by over 50%, the intention here was to put as many dollars on the sidelines as possible, as we just didn't have the answers we needed to clearly execute an intelligent targeted ad campaign. If we look at the reach as it relates to that $347,000, it's approximately 42 million impressions that were garnered. And an impression is essentially a moment in time in which an advertisement either ran as a video ad unit, as an e-card, as a search ad, as a Facebook or Instagram ad in your feed and or your stories. These impressions also include efforts that were tied to the Wowza Swim Festival. They included impressions that were invested with Beach Life during their critical periods of pre-promotion and digital out-of-home efforts. One way to kind of look at our story for the year is to look at the website analytics for the year. At the bottom, you'll see a graph, and that is the graph of weekly sessions that are occurring on RedondoBeachTourism.com. As you can see, from October to March 2020, there was a pretty steady flow. Granted, it definitely started to fall off in January and February. March 2020, that's both seasonal and some of the realities as we face kind of the impending pandemic. Most definitely, you can see the ultimate sort of impact in terms of tourism search, tourism investment in our dollars between April, May, and June. And then as things began to sort of show themselves, and in terms of the messaging we wanted to put out on behalf of Redondo Beach Tourism, you can see the kickback during the July and August months to really reinvest and try to take advantage of some of that summer travel from the drive market. You can also see a very significant level of our travel efforts being based in Los Angeles targeted visitors. The thought that the Redondo Beach Tourism is looking for its visitors within Los Angeles may seem like a bit of a riddle, in that why are visitors coming from Los Angeles to Redondo? Well, it was the staycation mindset. It was the staycation mindset between all the surrounding areas of Los Angeles that were coming to visit and wanting to stay near the beach with some open space, and with all the benefits that sort of a beach type lifestyle provides. You can also see that reach into areas like Ontario, Riverside, Santa Ana, Bakersfield. Those were all areas that increased significantly during the second 6 months of the fiscal year 2020. How that sort of takes shape as well is our return on investment should be gauged between social interactions. One of the areas that we took incredible pride in, based upon the fact that from a quote unquote cost standpoint, social engagement doesn't cost anything. So to take the Facebook pages and Instagram pages that are tied to Redondo Beach Tourism and to really invest in intelligent posting, highly engaged posting during this period of time was really an emphasis for us. So to garner 293,000 engagements within the social arena around activities and lifestyle and hotels for Redondo Beach was one of the big successes and return on investment we felt, very, strongly about. If we take a look at the idea of how the return on investment is most clearly understood between booking engines and leads provided to hotels, this is activity between November 2019, when we launched our direct e-commerce booking engine, to August 2020. There were over 80,000 page views to our Redondo Beach booking engine, meaning people checking and searching, reviewing rates, comparing availability during select periods of time. It's a fully active booking engine. We had over 1,184 add to carts. We had 29 completed checkouts. Now, I think it goes without saying that drastic number between the add to carts to completed checkouts is a number that we would most definitely had been putting a lot of emphasis towards on the second half of this year. One of the reasons that you'll see those changes to checkouts is what you're seeing below on hotel page details. So oftentimes, if they check rates on our hotel site and then go and compare and book directly between Shade, Portofino, Crown, etc., that we lost a lot of our completed bookings as people moved directly over to the hotel sites to book directly for them. And as Rebecca has shared with me, the increase in phone bookings and people wanting to have the ability to cancel their booking based upon COVID realities is that more often than not, those bookings have been occurring direct with the hotel to make sure that it's the most clear and safe terms. So one of the areas of growth that we want to return to is e-commerce in the future and creating more value in our completed checkouts. But for right now, we're happy that we were able to send the leads directly to the hotels and support direct bookings on their behalf.
Yeah, and just to speak to that trend, immediately following the pandemic, we did see many guests who were an increasing call volume of people who were starting to travel because they had so many questions about what the hotels were doing specifically with their safety routines with regard to COVID. And several of our OTA partners, Expedia included, they're the largest online travel agency, noted that their traffic was down because guests felt more comfortable booking with the hotel direct. So we really had essentially 3 months of the booking engine activity as normal. And then post-pandemic, we certainly saw the trend across the board for hotels that people were wanting to book direct. So all of our digital ads drove into this booking page where you can see we got the 80,000 page views across all of the hotels in Redondo Beach. So not just, specific area, all hotels received page views. And then the actual booking number is likely much higher because they would have then gone to the hotel website and booked that way.
Thanks, Rebecca. One of the areas that does have a very direct ROI in conjunction with our ad spend, and that's done on behalf of the Redondo Beach Tourism, as well as the entirety of Redondo Beach, is our seasonal tactical Expedia buys. So Expedia runs a set of campaigns for the LA area of travel and tourism, of which Redondo is a partner, and we buy in. They average around $22,000 per investment. In the fiscal year 2020, we had a 3 total that we invested in and participated in conjunction with them. We helped create a landing page with them, the imagery, the language that sets everything up. Through and as a result of these 3 investments totaling $66,000, we saw a total of $719,000 per campaign investment. So over $2.1 million in total revenue was returned through Expedia ad buys. If you'll remember, though, last year, one of the areas of intensified focus for us is to not be reliant on third-party booking engines. And although we love seeing that $2.1 million, we love seeing just as much, if not more, direct bookings with hotels to ensure that as much money as possible can be kept with the hotel versus the third-party booking engine. So, if the question is, well, why not put, $10 million or, $100,000 behind just running an Expedia? The answer would be these are very select seasonal campaign options for us. And 2, although we love the buys, we really are focused on direct buys with hotels or direct rentals with hotels. You also see the 168, that's fine, Rebecca. The strategic evaluations. These are things I just would like you guys to kind of keep in mind, council, and for the city and staff as a whole. But post reopening and relaunch, the demographic of the Redondo Beach hotel gift shifted to a much younger, we'll call it a more social guest than past RBT visitors. This is attributed to a potential reason such as low ADR. We're very confident that a lot of available stimulus funds were spent and used during the summer period for local travel. And it really shifted some of our more traditional family demographics out of the picture. And as that guest profile shifted, the submarkets stand out. That Redondo Beach and the South Bay cities continue to outperform, if not all of the submarkets in the LA market area. Redondo, and this is at the heart of our positioning from a creative standpoint, will always have the beach. While the other submarkets were hit harder with main attractions and destinations closed. Hotel occupancy during the summer months began to really create some value and hit a nice pace and reached up to 80% occupancy at some points. And as a whole, the TOT expectations for fiscal year 2020 were about 50% of what was originally projected for the year. I'm going to hand this over to Cameron, and Cameron's going to walk you guys through very quickly some of the creative artwork that was used to drive those impressions and activity on the website.
Thanks, Dan. Good evening, everyone. So as Daniel was mentioning, we kind of wanted to re-enter the market when we did relaunch these campaigns with appropriate language, with COVID-friendly messaging that really brought home the that we do have the beach, but was sensitive to the time that we were in, and everyone's current state, not wanting to push bookings. It was more of a approach of when you are ready, Redondo Beach is here for you. So we landed on these 3 headlines. When we return to the sea, we return to each other. The coast is clear, clear skies ahead, really showing, the empty beaches there, that you can social distance, you can space out, you can go out into the water, be out in the sea by yourself, but, be out, and about as opposed to inside. So obviously print ad is, a very small piece to it. We do have the digital aspect here with social campaigns that kind of went into these pieces with, again, the language. When we return to the sea, we return to each other. We did also incorporate the shade provided images there with the face masks, just again, post that, Redondo is taking the precautions so that when you do travel, you can feel safe knowing that, you're traveling to Redondo Beach. And you can even see this as we move into other slides, as other digital assets here are digital display ads that we have, created through the house or through our internal houses, as well as through Google's platforms, as well as the the email marketing campaigns that we have as well. Here, the perfect place for your getaway, really showing that weekend, staycation, discover a classic California getaway here as well, with the coast is clear messaging that, really drives to the rental list that we go through these email marketing campaigns. And then you'll also see in our next slide with our search campaigns, really, just kind of showing the safe South Beach hotels, just kind of having that language that, is appropriate to the time, being sensitive, but yet pushing that brand that is Redondo Beach that we were pushing before. And then we also do move those into the Expedia campaigns that we were running as well, that Daniel previously covered. along with the web updates that we do have here. That we have the saving space or staying safe with big space down at the Riviera Village to promote that there is outdoor seating. You can kind of still go out and about to these restaurants, but be socially distanced and safe as possible.
So where that takes us into some of the social elements, if you'll remember at the end of last year, we did have a tremendous focus on kind of the organic social space as well as social partnerships. And what you're looking at right now is I'd just like to give you guys a sense of some of the areas where post content was really popular and performed very well. And one of the big takeaways that we learned this past year, people really do embrace and love and interact and engage solidly with this classic Redondo Beach historic photography. And it's 3 of our top performing posts in Facebook all referenced and sort of drew back and hearkened on the history of Redondo Beach. If you look at the top performing organic Instagram posts, you'll see that same historic image of Fisherman's Wharf, open beaches, as well as one of the areas we really moved towards this year was engaging with the Redondo Beach residents and sharing, collaborating with, and reposting imagery from Redondo Beach residents who were taking sunsets or having days out in the water. All of that content was reused and reposted to help support Redondo Beach tourism in the hotels. We also had, at the start of fiscal year 2020, a variety of different influencers and partnerships that were executed and created on behalf of Redondo Beach, which included sending influencers and different travel, we'll call them experts, to various hotels they stayed at, as well as participating with local restaurants and different activity groups, as well as beach bike, the rooftop views. You can see we sent some groups out to do rooftop pool photography with drones. Just really fun, good stuff. Now, this is the first half of the year. This hasn't been as much a part of our fiscal year 2020 in the second half. But the influencer partnerships, which were a big part, as I said, of the first half, did produce reach over 1 million. They improved our overall follower base, increased likes, increased people for us to reconnect with. And so it's been a positive relationship for us as part of the total experience of the marketing. So what's next? Well, I'm excited to say what's next is a little bit of where we've been for the last month or two. And that is to emphasize that the single greatest attribute of the Redondo Beach tourism experience is a profound and intimate relationship to the ocean as a timeless, non-pandemic impacted attraction. And so we hope that remains the same as long as we can. That we want to observe the ongoing market conditions in the destination tourism industry. And it's one of the reasons we have monthly meetings that often are a discussion about nothing more than what's the next 30 days look like. How is the COVID-19 pandemic going to impact personal or business travel decisions locally, regionally, and on a national level? And the discussions really are about how to pivot and move at real-time speeds, to engage as many social and organic-based marketing efforts, lessen the impact on paid media outlets to support strong, visible presence. Additionally, and you're going to see how this looks in a second, we've kicked off in the fiscal year 2021 a promotion that includes a stay 2 nights, get your 3rd night free. And lastly, we need to be able to adjust and move on the fly. We need to be able to increase spends if certain positive news is out in the world that's encouraging people to travel, and we need to be able to reduce spend if challenges with the pandemic hit us and we feel like the spend is not really going to drive revenue for us. Our key marketing programs for fiscal year 2021 include the stay 2 nights, get a 3rd night free, a new creative campaign launch, which we'll show you in 1 second, the focus on earned media, social, editorial, content sharing. The seasonal Expedia ad campaigns will remain a part of our efforts, and the regional submarkets, which we're calling a 2-hour drive in search and focused social retargeting. So, takes us to what we like the most, which is talking about creative. And some of the new creative, it's again executed in a more traditional standard print layout here, and it will quickly move to digital, is based upon a series of headlines. And I encourage everyone to remember when we're testing these ad campaigns, we're A/B testing in social and search and YouTube video environments where we put all of the headlines in the mix, and depending on where the clicks occur and where the conversions occur, we optimize towards those headlines. So some of the headline and visual options are going to include this idea of stay 6 beach apart. Escape to Redondo Beach this holiday season. Enjoy fresh ocean breezes, wide open spaces, and the endless beauty of the deep blue sea. 6 feet apart with 2 in the sand. Stay close together and miles apart, all at the same time. The deep blue sea is all the distance you'll ever need. And you also see down at the bottom the call outs for the stay 2 nights, get the 3rd night free. The sea is one place you can have all to yourself. Escape to Redondo Beach this holiday season. So those are some of the new creative ideas that are driving things into the future for us in conjunction with the strategies that we laid out prior to this time. So we have launched our 3rd night incentive. This is the assets and landing pages. Book 2 nights at an authentic California retreat and enjoy the 3rd night at no cost with our participating hotels, which are listed below if you're on the website. This is the e-card campaign, the perfect place for your weekend getaway. Book 2 nights, enjoy a 3rd night at no cost. I think that's it.
Yeah, that concludes the slideshow. So thank you so much for your time and attention, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Wow. Yeah, that was quite a lot. Thank you. A lot of info there. I got a couple quick questions. We cancel. I'm part of a group called Independent Citizens Associations. We have events. An event just canceled in January, February. I didn't see on your slides there something in February in terms of group events, and what are you expecting for the springtime and uptick and possible shutdowns happening?
Most of the industry trends are projecting that group will continue to be impacted throughout 2021. So it's very difficult to say. California has had the most restrictive group policies of anywhere in the nation. So personally, for my hotel, I'm not anticipating any group in Q1. And we're seeing some slight group beginning to return in Q2. It will depend on every specific hotel, but I wouldn't expect to see significant group until Q3, Q4 of 2021.
Okay, so it sounds like you guys really are just taking it quarter by quarter, which is good. Right, your campaigns are going to be built around that. Looking back at that chart and hotel rooms, Project Room Key came through and took out a lot of hotels, mostly lower end, but there were some upper end hotels as well, like the LA Grand. They were taken up completely. Entire hotels were taken out. So, did you guys see any impact of that, of people not being able to book other hotels and they come over into Redondo?
We didn't receive information specifically that hotels were impacted by Room Key or that people couldn't get into, say, downtown LA because of Project Room Key. I think it would be a challenge because all of LA ran such low occupancy throughout the summer, only running 50% when LA typically runs 80%. Even if entire hotels were taken up, I don't think there was enough compression to drive people into different areas. What we did see in my hotel specifically is that people were wary of staying downtown because they didn't want to be around a lot of people. So the outlying areas with the beach and more open space benefited from that. But I did not hear that there was compression from Project Room Key.
Okay, cool. Councilmember Horvath, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Rebecca and Daniel and Cameron. This report is even better than last year's. I mean, considering everything that we're going through and the adjustments you're having to make on the fly. So I just want to thank you for your leadership, Rebecca. Daniel, thank you and your team for really being flexible with the tourism district. I think this is definitely one of the best decisions this council made in recent years. And I do look forward to seeing what you're able to do when things get back to normal and kind of see that progressive growth year over year. So with that said, I would make a motion to receive and file the annual report and adopt by title only resolution CC 211-089.
Second.
Okay, Eleanor or Vicky, do we have any public comments?
Okay, so let's see. Get a look here because it's sort of hidden with the presentation. So I don't know if anyone in the public for Zoom would like to raise their hand to speak on this item. I don't see anyone so far, so I'll go ahead and defer it to Vicky. We do have some e-comments. We have 5.
Yes, it looks like we have 5 comments currently. The first one submitted by Melissa Alvarez. Greetings, Council. As member of the Redondo Beach Tourism Board and hotel manager at Shade Hotel Redondo Beach, I am glad to share our hotel's full support of the initiatives of the Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Board. As recent challenges have torn apart shares of the hospitality sector, the South Bay and Redondo Beach have stood particularly strong and large thanks to the marketing efforts by the Tourism Board and the city's efforts towards safety and resilience. Thank you. Second comment is submitted by Rachel Prochnow. Good afternoon, Council. Our campus of hotels has participated in the efforts of the Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Board over the last 3 years with 3 members of our executive team actively on the board. We fully support the initiatives the team is planning to launch for the coming year. As our hospitality industry begins to recover after such a devastating year, we have full confidence in the marketing efforts projected in order to begin rebuilding as a city and community. Be well. Rachel Prochnow, Campus Director of Sales, Redondo Beach Hotel Campus. Third comment submitted by Marco Perry. Good evening, Council. Portofino Hotel and Marina is in full support of Redondo Beach tourism. RBT has brought significant value to hotels in our city through much needed marketing dollars. These initiatives are even more crucial during this difficult time in hospitality and throughout our recovery. Thank you, Marco Perry, VP, Area Managing Director, Noble House Hotels and Resorts. Next comment is submitted by Michael Murray. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Michael Murray, and I am the Campus General Manager for the Hilton Garden Inn, Homewood Suites, and Residence Inn located on Marine Avenue. I want to take this opportunity to voice my full support of the RBTT board and their activities. Since their formation, they have been instruments to driving success and increased market share to the Redondo Beach hotel community, and I believe they continue to make great strides in promoting Redondo Beach as a destination of choice among the beach cities. I find their marketing and promotional efforts to be well-balanced and a strong driving force behind the current and future recovery of our local industry. Thank you, Michael Murray. That last comment submitted is from Justin Jaramillo. Good evening, council members. The Residence Inn Redondo Beach fully supports the Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Board and their initiatives. As general manager, I have firsthand seen the positive influence the RBTT board has had on my hotel and Redondo Beach. The initiatives of the board are more important now than ever before as we work on restoring travel to Redondo Beach. Thank you, Justin Jaramillo, general manager, Residence Inn Redondo Beach. That concludes comments for this item, N1.
Cool. Real quick question again. Where'd you say the links were for the pictures that you have? You have some gorgeous pictures in there.
Yeah, we have an FTP site that I can forward over to staff, and then it's all available for downloading for your team from there. But yes, all of the creative material is owned fully, all the rights to all of the imagery by the city of Redondo. So we're happy to share it, including video content. Yeah, that'd be great if I can get a copy of that link. You have some great photos in there. Really, really good ones. Yeah, it looks cool. Okay, you can stop your screen share. We got a motion on the floor. There's no more hands up. No one else got their hands up in the attendee room. Well, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Okay.
Aye.
Okay.
All right, cool. Thank you guys very much for that presentation.
Council.
Onwards and upwards to our next item, which is...
Oh, hold on. I need to read the resolution. Adopt by title only, resolution CC-2011-089, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the report of the Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Board for fiscal year 2021 in connection with the Redondo Beach Tourism Marketing District. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Next item is Beach Cities Health District and a report from them regarding COVID and presentation. I believe it's John LaRock. Take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim, John LaRock, Community Services Director. Good evening, everybody. Brief introduction before we turn it over to BCG's Health District staff. Following a referral from the council in October with regards to the city's preparation and response to the coronavirus pandemic and any type of role that Beach Cities Health District could have in both enforcement or encouragement of personal responsibility to follow health protocols, primarily to wear a facial covering, to socially distance and practice proper hygiene and reduce gatherings. The city manager's office and city staff reached out to Beach Cities Health District and have been conferring on different ways that they could message out to the community in partnership with the city to be safer in the South Bay, which is the name of their program. Just to remind you, we continue to focus on a number of projects together to primarily focus on the older adult community. That includes free flu shots, meal delivery, errand services, online programming, and service referrals. As we enter the holiday season, the risk of community spread increases, and the Health District is presenting the Safe in the South Bay program and the pledge. We're joined by Tom Backley, Lauren Nakano, and Jacqueline Sun from the Health District, and we'll turn it over to them for a presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Tom, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. It's good to be here tonight and very excited to be talking about our partnership with the City of Redondo Beach. And so we're just going to start a little bit of an overview on COVID, talk about some of the programs that we've been doing, and then really focus on the Safe in the South Bay program and discuss some ideas we have to move forward in partnership with Redondo to continue to slow the spread of COVID in the South Bay. So with that, I'd like Jacqueline to maybe talk about the numbers, and then we'll just kind of interchange here for a little bit.
Great. Thank you so much, Tom. And good evening. So I just wanted to give a really brief overview of where we are because the Mayor Pro Tem did mention at the beginning of the meeting that cases are spiking. So I wanted to have some of our images from the dashboard here to share, and this is happening across the country with 166,000 new cases confirmed yesterday. These are numbers that we really haven't seen before in the stretch of the pandemic. That's an 82% increase in the past 14 days. Same goes with the numbers in the state and the counties. Here in this chart, you see the average daily new cases in the past week, and you see how there's been a really sharp increase in case count, where over 2,700 cases per day in the past week, including our positivity rate is increasing and hospitalization rate has increased over 40% in the past 2 weeks. When we see this California blueprint for a safer economy, where these numbers came out yesterday, you see a lot of purple, a lot more than we're used to seeing across the state. And this is the 4-tiered system, as you're familiar, where the announcement yesterday that 39 counties are moving backwards, and now we have 41 counties back in Tier 1, including LA County, where we have been due to our high case rate numbers. I think of note, our case rate for the past week is this is the adjusted number, 13.7. And just last week, we were at 7.6. So it's a pretty dramatic increase. Our positivity rate last week was 3.8%. Now it's at 5.3. So this is something where the state is kind of sounding the alarm, and the county is also following suit with some restrictions. This is kind of hot off the presses data that just came out right before this council meeting of restrictions in LA County that are effective Friday, given the high case rates that we're seeing in the county. So right here we have non-essential businesses that are currently permitted to operate outdoors. This includes retail stores, offices, personal care, now are capped at 25% max capacity. Outdoor restaurants, breweries, wineries, capped at 50% max outdoor capacity. Same goes with card rooms and our outdoor entertainment, including mini golf and batting cages. Personal services that can only be provided if both the customer and the staff are wearing face coverings. So if it's a facial or a shave, those kinds of services are no longer permitted. Restaurant, breweries, wineries, bars are now ordered to close at 10 p.m. until 6 a.m. And outdoor gatherings, they're only permitted outdoors with no more than 3 households now are capped at 15 people max. The announcement today came with some other tiers for if our case numbers got worse, what steps the county would take in terms of closing outdoor dining or going back to a safer at home order for 3 weeks at a time if we see really extreme cases. So I just wanted to provide that update on where we are, given that we are seeing a spike in cases, not just in the county, but across the country. So I'll turn it back over to Tom.
Great. We just wanted to review some of our priorities and some of the responses that we've had since the middle of March when we activated our District Operations Center. So you can see that the COVID-19 test site in conjunction with LA County, that's something that we've operated since April, and Lauren will provide you some of the statistics there. Testing was our #1 priority so that we could provide a way for people in the South Bay to have easier access to tests to try to slow the spread. That was the #1 item that our doctors and chief medical advisors told us to pursue. And so that's something that we've been doing for over 7 months. You can see that we've continued to support vulnerable populations. We worked on a Beach Cities reopening plan, focused on business reopening support. School recovery plans are ongoing. That's keeping us really busy. Be happy to answer any questions you might have there. But obviously, schools are a major focus right now. Just like we saw beaches were a focus for a while, and public spaces and businesses, and we're now really involved with schools. Obviously, messaging and information, and that's really going to be our major focus with the new Safe in the South Bay program. We continue to message proactively, obviously, with all of our partners in the Joint Information Center as part of COVID-19 response. We'll talk in more detail about Safe in the South Bay in a moment. And then obviously flu vaccinations is something that we've focused more on this year. And so that's something that we've, again, as John mentioned, we've been doing that in partnership with the city. And then we'll talk a little bit about vaccinations at the end and where that's going and where we see that moving in the future, because that will be the next area that will be discussed widely, and we'll be having many discussions about vaccinations. So Lauren is going to talk a little bit, I think, about our messaging and our testing.
Good evening. Thanks to the council. It's really nice to be with you tonight. So just as a kind of an overview, a quick overview, we approach this from a public health perspective, as you know. We look at it sort of as a 3-legged stool with education, engagement, and enforcement as really the cornerstones of how we approach the things that we commit to doing around this. There are 2 attachments in your packet that kind of speak to this, so I'll just point you to that if you're interested in more details. But really early on in the COVID, around March and April, we really committed to being the ones who are going through the sometimes daily, sometimes weekly information that was coming out of the county and keeping our website up to date and building it out really based on the kinds of things that the community and the businesses and other organizations were looking for. So we now have 21 unique pages. We've had over 100,000 unique likes or clicks throughs. We have a dashboard that Jacqueline keeps up to date for us with all the changing data and information. And then also, again, some up-to-date health guidance as it comes out almost real time with the county. We also are, as Tom mentioned, focused on testing. I think this has been a really amazing partnership with the LA County Department of Health Services. Early on, when the test site was at the Galleria in the beginning, coordinated with Chief May from your department, and that was a really helpful way for us to make sure that this was happening in Redondo and that everything was really gonna be successful, keeping people safe and addressing a lot of the issues that could come up through a drive-through clinic. We've done over 77,000 tests to date. Just today, hot off the press, we did 621 tests. So we are definitely seeing an increase in tests per day at the test site, as is the county. And as of Sunday, which is sort of our latest results for the tests, we actually had 50 COVID positive tests that came through on Sunday. And through Jacqueline's shop, we're doing callbacks to all those tests for people to connect them to resources and to help them really understand what the protocols say about quarantine and isolation. We also are very committed to addressing the needs and really responding to the needs of our vulnerable population. I think we already have quite a caseload of folks in our community services department, but really with COVID, we've seen a big expansion of the vulnerable population in the communities, and we've really appreciated the opportunity to partner with your departments on responding to this. We have a support line and a referral line. So we've done, over 8,000 calls. We've taken over 8,000 calls to connect people with services. We continue to do our errand program, which has really grown, especially when people were not going to grocery stores if they were sheltering in place. And then we also started a meal delivery program in partnership with Good Stuff and another food vendor, and have delivered over 2,000 meals to residents in the beach cities. Next, we also have focused really our efforts more recently with schools, in partnerships with the schools. This is a student assessment tool, symptom assessment tool that we partnered with the school districts on to allow the schools to have a screening tool for having students, staff, and parents to come back on campus. It's been a really effective way of trying to address some of the reopening protocols that the schools have had. In addition, we're partnering with the schools on testing. The district and the school district, we participate in their think tanks that they're looking at some of the issues that they're trying to address. Just started a warm line for students, parents, and school faculty as a way of trying to be available to people who might be struggling or who are trying to find additional information. And then next, we also, I just wanted to highlight this because before the pandemic, we had a pilot program, an 18-month pilot program going with your city, with your employees. Had the good fortune of working with Diane Strickfaden and Caitlin. And so as we moved into the pandemic, we were excited to move all of our stuff to virtual platforms. So we've been able to do quite a substantial and robust amount of programming through the virtual platforms, and have seen through this last 9 months that we've gotten a lot more interest from other cities, from our school district partners, to focus on employee wellness during this really challenging time. And so we're excited to continue to look for ways to do and look for ways to support the City of Redondo Beach employees. And next, I just wanted to touch on, John mentioned the flu vaccines. There is the upcoming one in December, on December 3rd, at the Farmers Market coming up. This was a effort, Jacqueline was really part of this, in trying to figure out, how to make flu shots, since it's, even more important this year in protecting folks. How do we get those to the people who need them most? And so a mobile flu shot strike team was deployed. And so they were able to go to people's homes or to some of the senior living facilities to administer flu shots to folks that weren't able to get out and do it that way. And I think I'm going to turn it over to Tom to talk about some of the program that we do.
Yeah, mostly tonight we're talking about newer programs and Safe in the South Bay program. We just wanted to touch briefly on some of the programs that are ongoing and has been part of our great partnership with the City of Redondo Beach. So these are some of the contributions that Beach Cities makes as it relates to the fire department or the police department as it relates to domestic violence advocacy, of course, the fitness and nutrition, and then senior housing coordination, and then the care management caseload. This is $1 million program where we have social workers that provide assistance to people in their homes. And as Lauren was talking about, that's been enhanced here lately during COVID. So what we're seeing is the basis of many of our programs was increasing during COVID. And we're very proud of the way in which we've been able to cooperate with Redondo so that we can build upon that during this time of crisis. So let's talk about SAFE in the South Bay. This really started off as a way to work with the chambers of commerce of the 3 cities to really try to bolster consumer confidence. I think we all recognized when we were doing reopening planning together that I don't know that we realized we'd be in exactly this situation, but we anticipated that there would be a time when we were going to want to open up businesses at a time when this threat still existed. I think those of us that have been involved in emergencies, usually there's an emergency, a fire, an earthquake, or something, and then a flood, and then it ends and you're in recovery. Well, we're trying to recover while the emergency is happening. And so this Safe in the South Bay program, because the outcomes of the emergency are affected by behavior of us, we came up with this idea with the 3 chambers. It's since expanded to El Segundo and some of the chambers on the peninsula. But the whole idea is to really create a economic vitality and health and safety environment that encourages consumers to come back to businesses. So it's aligned with LA County officer orders and protocols. And again, the whole idea is to help us recover in the middle of an emergency. So some of the things that we've done together, again, with the chambers and we sit on the board either in an ex officio capacity or a direct capacity for all 3 of the beach cities chambers. And so we've done surveys, we've done regional promotion, we've done Safe in the South Bay programs. We meet weekly. We come up with, like we had a dine out program here a couple of weeks ago that was very successful. We have over 160 businesses among the 3 cities that are participating in the Safe in the South Bay program. And so it's been so successful that we've said, hey, why don't we do this for everybody, not just business focused. And so it's evolved into a South Bay community program. So one component of that is a pledge that we've put in place. We're borrowing a page from Blue Zones and the success that we've had with Blue Zones, where we are asking people to take an individual pledge. And so we have over 150 individuals have taken that pledge. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the business pledge that I was talking about earlier, where basically what they do is they take this pledge and then they agree to post the health officer protocols. And then in return for that, they receive the Safe in the South Bay emblem that they can put in their window. And again, we also provide education, whether it be through webinars and newsletters, social media. So this is what we're doing with the community, where we're basically, this is part of the messaging program. We're doing this around face coverings, of course, and really kind of using people within the community and really kind of putting a local face on this as we sort of say, why are you wearing your mask, and who do you wear your mask for? And so we think that this has been successful based upon the number of clicks and responses that we've been getting to the social media campaign. So as far as what's next and where is this going, we want to continue the education. We think the farmers market booths are a good place to do in-person outreach and education. So we're going to be doing that. We're going to co-brand COVID-19 street banners and signage and collateral, really focus on engagement with the Safe in the South Bay individual pledge. We've come and talked to you about the idea of the mayor and city council doing a pledge launch campaign. And so that's where we would like to continue to focus is really on the engagement side as far as enforcement or handing out masks. That is not something that we're prepared to do, but we are prepared to really push the messaging as we have been and continue to partnership with you on that. And then Jacqueline is going to talk a little bit about what's next as far as vaccines, because that was something that was brought up at your meeting where you had some questions about where are we going with COVID vaccines, and we've been doing some research around that.
Thanks, Tom. I just wanted to provide a really quick update about just what we're tracking and tracing. I think that this is a topic that's quickly evolving, but really relevant, and obviously there's a lot of interest involved. So this is just a quick side-by-side of the two vaccines that have gotten a lot of attention. Obviously not the only vaccines that are in phase 3 clinical trials, but definitely perhaps the first two that'll make it to market soonest. Both have recently had some really positive preliminary results showing their efficacy. And I wanted to just share some of the information just so that we can have a baseline of some of the logistical considerations that federal government, the state, the county is really considering in the distribution of vaccines and what that's going to look like. Obviously, there's a lot of information that's changing very quickly and a lot to keep up with, but this is what we know for now for these two vaccines. For the Pfizer vaccines, it needs to be stored at ultra low temperatures, so that's negative 80 degrees Celsius. A lot of hospitals, health systems don't really have the capacity for that type of storage and refrigeration. Moderna vaccine also needs to be frozen, but it's much more reasonable range in terms of what typical pharmacies and hospital settings have. And we see that the Moderna one is a little more forgiving in terms of the shelf life of how long it could be refrigerated and kept out of the freezer capacity. You see that and you've been hearing about this, both of these require 2 doses, one 21 days apart, one 28 days. That's just an important consideration when we're talking about the number of vaccines that we have and they're going to be available. You have to divide that by 2 and think about the logistics involved with having people come back for their second dose and the notification systems that have to be in place to do that. You also have to just consider if there's multiple vaccines in the market, being able to make sure that they come back for the correct one, because we anticipate that there will be health systems that are giving out the Pfizer and the Moderna and whatever else is available. So just a lot of considerations and coordination. And some of the other information just goes to show the scale at which some of these might be more appropriate. So, we've been hearing like the Pfizer vaccine, because it needs to be stored at ultra low temperatures, comes in batches of minimum order of 1,000. Maybe that's more appropriate for large population sites, places where there are hospital systems that have ultra low temps and freezers, where the Moderna one seems a little more accessible for folks in systems, hospital settings that perhaps don't have that storage capacity. In terms of the timeline, don't have a crystal ball, but I think there's a lot of assumptions that the FDA emergency use authorization will be issued in the next month or before the end of the year. And there's 50 million doses available of the Pfizer vaccine, and that's for the worldwide before the end of the year, and 20 million earmarked of the Moderna vaccine. So in terms of timeline, what we're thinking, this is a chart. The top chart is something that's come out from the CDC in terms of their planning guide, where they're thinking of different phases. Obviously, prioritization is a key question of who gets this first. From the state, they're also coming up with prioritization guidelines, and we see that phase 1 is possibly going to be broken down into phase 1A and phase 1B, where phase 1A, you're talking about high-risk health workers, first responders, and perhaps phase 1B, it's more people with comorbid conditions that put them at significantly higher risk, or older adults that are in congregate settings. I think that there's still a lot to be defined and a lot to be figured out on both federal and state levels. Phase 2, what's coming out from Department of Public Health at California is perhaps, we have K through 12 teachers, staff, or childcare workers, critical workers that work in high-risk settings, folks with comorbid conditions that are more moderately higher risk, any older adults that were not vaccinated in phase 1. In phase 3, you see just more of the general availability, wider availability of vaccine for the general public. So there's a lot of inclinations that this timeline can be anywhere from second to third quarter of 2021. And you see the bottom chart here is this is from the state's vaccine planning guide of the supply chain and how that's going to work. So it's going to go from the feds to the states and then directly to large multi-jurisdictional entities. So these are health systems, health providers that have operations in multiple counties. Those will get direct shipments from the state. Then it'll be delivered to the counties where they're both the allocators to local enrolled vaccine providers, but they're also administrators of the vaccine through these things called MPODs, which stands for Medical Point of Dispensing. So that's a term that's used in emergency preparedness, medical point of dispensing for preparation for mass prophylaxis for the mass population. So, they have these established frameworks of emergency response systems in place where there are sites all over the county, and the county kind of then provides all the supplies and staff to distribute these vaccines. And so I know that the city of Redondo has started the process with the county of identifying sites for an MPOD. And so that's one way that, we see where we can offer a partnership with the cities in staffing some of those in all 3 cities. I think that we're also looking at potentially hosting sites for vaccines with our private healthcare partners. So I think there's still a lot to be learned about the distribution chain, what's available. And I know that the county is working on their plans. So we're tracking this very closely in terms of how the health district can be involved to ensure that our community has access to these vaccines when they become available. I think that's it in terms of our slides. Tom, did you have any closing statements?
No, just happy to answer any questions you might have and talk about how we can continue our partnership into the future.
Great. Great. You can probably end the slideshow then. Yeah, I got a few questions. This came up at both of my community meeting, online and in person. People had a lot of questions. Public awareness campaign is huge. Manhattan and Hermosa started a mask ordinance, and I didn't realize this, but last night people said that Hermosa is no longer enforcing their mask ordinance, and they were down there at Pier Avenue, and they no longer feel safe. They had 50% of the people weren't even wearing masks down at Pier Avenue. And for me, I'm worried about the Esplanade. People come down there for sunset during the day, walks, things like that. And you mentioned earlier you don't want to hand out masks. You can't set up a booth and public awareness campaign comes in 2 forms for me: online ads and being out there in the public handing out masks. Why not hand out some masks or paperwork and educate the public? Constant reinforcement in places like that.
Yeah, we think the most effective way to do that is through the online campaign and through social media campaign. We think that either asking staff or asking volunteers to hand out masks will be perceived as some sort of enforcement action and would put them perhaps in possible opportunities for confrontation based upon where people are with masks. And so we think that a more effective way to pursue that is through the messaging campaign and social media and continuing to get the word out through our community.
Okay, so I haven't seen any advertisements online. People weren't really talking about that either. So I see the stuff you guys have. I see that you have your individual pledge that you have there. What are you doing with the names and information that you're getting from that? Are you contacting people? Are you posting that somewhere?
As far as people that are willing to take the pledge, similar to what they did during Blue Zones, it's not something that we're advertising. It's a way for people to have a personal level of accountability about what they're willing to do and lead by example. And so that's not something that we use in any way other than to encourage people to sort of make a written commitment of what they're going to do to be safe in the South Bay.
Okay. What about the businesses? One concern I had is, for us in the Riviera Village, there's no lines to get in. There's no people milling around in the sidewalk, but I've heard quite a bit how Hermosa now has, for lines to get in these places, they're having the business owners enforce the lines. You mentioned the businesses that have taken the pledge. Are you checking up on these businesses that have taken the pledge? Are you checking up on businesses that and locations that have open outdoor dining?
So in order for businesses to receive the placard that they can put in their window, they had to demonstrate what we showed on the slide there, which was compliance with county regulations. They had to print those out. And so before they received the sticker, we went through a certification process. Then if we do receive complaints, then we do pass that along to the LA County enforcement number. So it's not something that we're actively out monitoring or checking like we do our restaurant ambassador program, but we are fielding complaints and taking those to the county when we receive those. We're also meeting on a weekly basis with the chambers, and so they are reminding businesses and talking with businesses as well. And one of the things that they did, Mayor Pro Tem, is the businesses came back when we talked with them about this idea of sort of more in-person interaction. They were hoping maybe for a more positive approach to if someone is seen wearing a mask, that maybe they would receive a coupon from a business or something along those lines. And so we did hear back from the businesses that they would prefer a more sort of positive and reinforcement campaign for people that are doing the right thing and wearing masks.
Right. That's what the whole mask ambassador program is really about: positive reinforcement and getting people to understand. I know other states are doing that, other cities are doing that outside of California, where they've taken more of an education and, like you said, positive enforcement program. And our staff has been significantly cut back, and I see the BC's Health District this is a golden opportunity for you guys to be out there in the public and reinforcing a lot of these concepts. And my big deal right now is I see complacency happening, especially in cities like Hermosa, the Esplanade. And as these numbers go up, it's hard to claw those numbers back down again. So getting ahead of that is very important. Did you guys get any money from the federal CARES Act, federal funds, federal grants, things like that for programs?
As a special service district, we are not eligible for CARES Act funding. We have applied for FEMA reimbursement related to our testing and other programs. Okay. One thing I'd really like to see, or maybe you guys do it, I don't know, you guys didn't go over in this is if we go in case to another shutdown. A lot of people believe that shutdown is the golden opportunity, golden thing, but I think for me a shutdown is something that's temporary. It's maybe slows it but doesn't stop anything. And what are your online programs for people that are sheltering in place, seniors that are alone? That's what I'm really concerned about, because when you have a shutdown, you have isolationism, you have depression, mental issues, you have loss of jobs. People don't have any income. How do they pay for things? What are you doing in that arena to help people out? Yeah, we really encourage people to go to our website at bchd.org. Obviously, mental health and happiness is one of our key objectives as it relates to COVID. And so we have lots of programs on our website that people can access as it relates to mental health and happiness. And then as far as virtual programming, we've posted over 200 videos. So older adults or anybody that's looking to have virtual programming, we've basically taken our Center for Health and Fitness program and put that in the whole virtual environment. And so we'd be happy to come back and talk more about that if you'd like. Tonight we were kind of focusing on the new Safe in the South Bay program, but again, people, we know already that stress is high in the South Bay, and so that's been a huge focus area for us in our messaging as well as our virtual programming.
Right. No, I'd love to have you guys at my community meeting in December and talk about all of this stuff. That's a very huge subset of District 1 down here. I like seeing what you did with mobile flu shots. I think that's an excellent idea. A Veterans Park for the what's it called, the farmers market, as well as on Sunday in Riviera Village, we have a very large farmers market as well. So I'd encourage you and get you in contact with them down there to get a booth again, and just do mask ambassador awareness, education awareness, what programs you guys are doing. I think a lot of people don't really have an idea and they want to see these things. Going to the vaccine, you know, I guess these vaccines are going to be coming out in the springtime. More, it's looking like. I mean, wider availability. I saw something maybe in December, but that's just a few. You know, a lot of these places are pushing schools to be used at vaccine distribution centers, but you guys are, you know, health district. You guys have resources to be able to do that as well.
Well, if it does go through the schools, that's something that we are starting to talk with the schools about and talk with them about ways in which we can assist with that. In the schools, you have a little more of a controlled environment. We do have some experience with vaccinations at the health district. H1N1 we were in the vaccination business there. One thing we learned, you got to do it with appointments. You can't just sort of have open vaccinations for the public, or you'll have traffic impacts like we experienced with H1N1. So our testing program has really taught us that if it's going to be a drive-through program, it needs to be by appointment, similar to what we do with testing. And so we're going to work with the county, as Jacqueline showed in that last graph, as well as City of Redondo Beach. If you all want to be an MPOD, that's something that we'll talk about as far as supporting that, either through drive-through testing. And so that would be one way in which vaccines can be distributed. Another way would be in a more sort of controlled environment through the schools. The key there, as Jacqueline was discussing, is the refrigeration. And so we're looking at ways in which we can work with our partners to make sure that we have the equipment necessary as well as the people to provide these vaccinations. It's gonna take a village on this, whether it's partnerships with Redondo, Hermosa, Manhattan, the schools. And so again, we're just starting kind of that planning for the vaccines as we learn more from the county. So the short answer, Mayor Pro Tem, is yes, we'll be doing that with the schools as that becomes available, and then look at doing drive-through vaccines if that's where the county wants to go by appointment. I think it'd be very difficult to do drive-through vaccines without appointments.
Yeah, I mean, getting ahead of that and getting your foot in the door with that, I think, is important as they start the planning process now. I get a lot of questions about, you know, you guys are doing the COVID testing right now. How did one get an appointment? I saw you had the one link for, what's it called here? It was a mobile testing. It was safer COVID, beats COVID or something like that. But that was for schools.
Right.
Student symptom assessment tool, that's what it was. What about for the general public? How do they get an appointment at where you guys are doing your where is that location? How do they get those appointments?
Yeah, Jacqueline can give you the exact website. It's through LA County. And so what someone would do is they would go on to the website. We'll go ahead and put that in the chat or make sure that everybody has that. Jacqueline, what is the exact website? It's
Yeah, you can go to covid19.lacounty.gov/testing. It lists all of the test sites across the county, and we are one of the county test sites. So if you search in Redondo, it'll direct you to the lab's registration page where you will be able to register for an appointment, and those open every couple of days. We haven't now with an increased capacity. We've increased capacity, but also there's an increased demand. So I think that the county is looking to up the number of appointments across the county, and so those open every couple of days. You know, so right now the appointments for Thursday are open, so you can go on those on the website and be able to book an appointment that way.
Yep, I see it on the website right here. HC is open for Wednesday, actually tomorrow. So
And so you would need, typically up until just the last week, you'd be able to go in and get an appointment for the same day. And you need to have one symptom unless you're an essential worker. But you need to have one symptom, and then our turnaround time on that is 24 to 48 hours. So it is a quick turnaround.
okay, great. Christian, you had your hand up next.
Yeah, Tom, Jacqueline, and Lauren, thank you so much. I'm just always super appreciative of how you guys and your team members are so incredibly responsive and flexible in working not only in this area but every area that you guys focus on. I did have, and I also just wanted to say thank you because a lot of seniors have reached out to me, and your team has been great also in working directly with them towards getting services, volunteer services, etc. I know it's something you always do, but just during this time, it's just been great to have people call or send an email and wonder, and then just to be able to put them right in touch with your team. But real quick, I just wanted to go back to the last slide. Jacqueline, you don't have to pull it up, but in terms of the two vaccines that have just recently been announced, and or I guess any vaccine, the one thing I haven't seen and I'm just curious about is, are they anticipating that a COVID-19 vaccine is going to be similar to like a flu shot, where it's an annualized thing that people would have to get, or is it going to be more akin to like a tetanus shot where it's every so many years? Has anybody talked about, the long-term implications of what vaccinations look like? I haven't read anything personally, so I was just curious if you had any information related to that.
Yeah, I'm not sure myself, and I'm not sure that we know, just because this is a pretty new virus. So that's a great question. I think that the more we discover, the more information comes out. That's definitely going to be something that it's definitely a possibility, right? But it's just part of the viruses that circulate every year, and just like the flu, we get those vaccines. But at this point, I'm not really sure.
Okay, great. No, I just figured I'd ask. All right, that was it. Thank you.
Would require 2 shots, though. We do know that the vaccine is going to require to be administered twice.
Yeah, at least for these two, at least for the Moderna and the Pfizer one, I think there are like the Johnson & Johnson one, I think might be only just one. So it just really depends on which one you get.
Sure, which is there's lots of vaccines that have that secondary booster. So thank you.
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein, I believe you were next, and Councilmember MD.
Thank you. Yeah, the Johnson & Johnson one is one, right? And it's a different type of vaccine. It's not an mRNA. It's a different type of vaccine. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure about the mRNA, but I believe it is just one dose.
Okay. Jacqueline, I got a question for you. I noticed on the map that both Marin County and San Francisco County have lower rates in terms of transmission. It looks like. Do you know why? Is it because there's more mask wearing there? What's the reason for that? Do you have any idea? Because I've heard that there's more mask wearing up there, but has anybody written about this? Because for example, San Francisco County is very dense. There's a lot of people in there. It's even more dense than LA County, I think, in terms of square mileage, the number of people. Any idea why?
Yeah, I don't really have the exact reasoning of why. I know that I think that especially in LA County, we've just had a lot of trouble. While, with the exception of now, obviously we're most of the counties are in Tier 1. As a lot of other counties that are much smaller have moved ahead, we've kind of just have not been able to shake the case rate, and that's just due to how large the county is, how widespread this is. But I'm sure there are best practices that are happening in other places. I'm happy to look into that and report back on if there are regional reasons why some places are doing better than others.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know. I mean, I'm sure they do surveys in terms of the percentage of the population that's actually wearing masks. I'd be curious to know if, I've heard that there's a lot more mask wearing up in the Bay Area than there is down here. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember MD, you are up.
So on that same note, can you bottom line, I know you put up the slides, but it appears that the South Bay is doing much better than LA County is. Would you say that's true?
In LA County and adjacent cities.
Okay, perfect. And then, and on that level of stress, I just want to make sure that people know there's actually a resident who has started this program, and they call it Redondo Rex on Instagram, in which they're walking around town with inflatable costumes just to put a smile on everybody's face. So I think it's a really great thing, and it's created quite a distraction and helped lower stress. And so they've now been added with a gingerbread man, a unicorn, and a dinosaur Rex. So just keep a lookout for that. Thanks. That's it.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you very much. Jacqueline, when you were talking about the vaccines, and we saw that Pfizer was 90% effective and Moderna was 94% or 95%. Is that good?
Yeah, that's a good question, and the answer is yes. Obviously, these findings are preliminary. They have not been vetted through peer review. These are just findings from a press release from those companies. I think that I read that, the average efficacy of a flu vaccine is around 50%. So having a 90+% efficacy rate is extreme. I think it far exceeds the expectations of the drug makers themselves. But of course, we have to wait and see if they get the FDA emergency use authorization. So we would say we're really hopeful, and hopefully, though, it is as good as they are saying it is.
So when I look at that and I say, I'm going to talk to my mom, or I'm going to talk to some of the folks that are in my circle, they're going to ask me, so do I worry about that 10% or that 5% that's it doesn't? And how do I speak to them about that?
Well, I think it's similar to, when we get the flu vaccine, right? Not everybody who gets the flu vaccine doesn't get the flu, but it does lower, maybe it makes it less virulent. Maybe your recovery time is quicker. Obviously, it's difficult to capture everything, and 100% efficacy is really challenging. But I think that as far as vaccines go, it is a very high number. I think that there's still more to come in terms of I think that for some of the FDA emergency use authorizations, you're following these folks for a minimum of 2 months to see if there's any side effects. There are, we have heard that some of the side effects of having the people who've gotten in the trials are consistent. They're very similar to COVID side effects. And so, fever, body aches, some of those things, we might be hearing more of as the vaccine comes out. So we can expect some of that too. It's just some of the things we have to weigh and consider in terms of side effects and efficacy.
Terrific. Well, here's what I would suggest is, as you're starting to put messaging out, focus in on that question, because that's the question I'm already getting from people. Is that a good number? And should I worry about that, the part that it's not there? And if you can assuage someone's fear on that, I think you're going to get a lot more folks rapidly wanting a vaccine. So just FYI. So thanks. And thank you so much for all you do. It's really great to have you here working for us in the South Bay. So thanks.
Mr. Hefkin.
Yes, I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work and commitment of Tom, Jacqueline, and Lauren. They've been a great partner throughout this process. They were a great partner before, but we have really, on behalf of city staff, enjoyed our working relationship with them, from the testing to the public outreach to all the partnerships that we've had, the work with the seniors. And so I wanted to also thank you for being at so many of our meetings, both during the time of the EOC as well as these meetings. And you're kind of doing this times 3 or 4 or 5 as you're getting more and more cities asking for your help. So that was it. So thank you for all your work.
All right, Eleanor, is there any public comment?
Okay, let's see. At this point, if anyone in Zoom can please raise their hand if they would like to speak on this comment. Otherwise, I think we have one e-comment. So, Vicki.
Okay, yes, we do have one from Mark Nelson. Object to 20-1702. Item should be rejected. BCHD is 100% funded by the property taxes and asset revenues of the three beach cities of Hermosa, Manhattan, and Redondo Beach. Redondo Beach is failing in its fiduciary responsibility to the funding of its residents and taxpayers if it cooperates in a public relations scheme by BCHD to spend our taxpayer owner funds outside of the three beach cities. BCHD willfully admits that the program is extended to El Segundo, PVP, and at least without any co-funding. Further, BCHD willfully admits that 85% of the COVID tests administered by BCHD are for non-residents of the three beach cities without a clear path to cost recovery. The LA County Health is the agency funded for such testing outside of the three beach cities, and yet again, BCHD seeks PR buzz while failing its basic fiduciary responsibility to its taxpayer owners. Fewer children would have died from suicide and fentanyl overdose in the three beach cities had BCHD spend our funds in a meaningful way inside the three beach cities instead of willy-nilly outside of the three beach cities. The city of Redondo Beach must reject this PR move by BCHD and act as a responsible fiduciary. According to BCHD CPRA response, BCHD has spent over $300,000 on testing through July 2020. 85% of that for non-residents and of the three beach cities, and has only a Hail Mary of recovery via VIA for only 75% of costs. Even in the best case, the three beach cities residents will pay 2 to 3 times more testing than it would have cost 2 to 3 times more testing than it would have cost had BCHD served the needs of only the three beach cities. BCHD must be rejected until they have full co-funding for Safe in the South Bay, Blue Zones, and any other scheme extending outside of the three beach cities, such as the 80% of tenants for BCHD's 793 square foot development that will be PV or completely outside the 10-mile radius of BCHD, including tenants speculatively from net in-migration per BCHD's report from MDS Consulting. That concludes the comments for item N2.
All right, thank you. And I don't see any attendees putting their hands up in the chat or in the panelist participants section. Speaking of numbers real quick, you guys posted numbers here, which are, I take it from the county. One question I've gotten continuously is, you have the total numbers of total infected people, but it's very curious to understand, and the question came up earlier, what Councilman Lowenstein asked, is why are we so low? And people have asked, well, what's the current rate of infection? So meaning, of the 1,000 people, let's just say numbers, of the 1,000 people that are infected in the South Bay, is it currently 1 person infected, 10 people infected, or is it 900 people currently infected? How many people have recovered from it and walk around just fine right now? And what is the dynamics of the people that are being infected right now? What groups? Is it younger groups, older groups, and things like that? Is that something you guys can provide and dig down on, provide that kind of information?
Yeah, we can provide some of that in summary or cumulative data as far as people that have been infected with COVID. We have that on our website, on our dashboard, and so people can see that, and people can also see the rate per 100,000 for the beach cities, and so people can access that. As far as breakdown by age and that sort of thing, I don't know that we have that. We are seeing that. We think that the current surge, especially we're seeing a bit of a bump in Hermosa, for example, is related to younger population contracting the virus. That's why we think it's important to have testing so that we can see what's going on with our residents. This virus doesn't know boundaries and doesn't really recognize city limits, and so in response to some of Mr. Nelson's comments, we want testing so that we can control the spread of this virus. And we are a destination location where people are coming to visit us. And so we think it's extremely important that we provide testing so that people can stop the spread. And again, it's not a Hail Mary with FEMA. They have indicated to us that we will be reimbursed. We don't know the amounts, but they said that we have been approved to be reimbursed with this program that we're doing with the county. I think Mr. Nelson has concerns about our redevelopment project and is trying everything he can to diminish our standing in the community, and it's just not the case with COVID.
Okay, so I'm on your website here regarding the numbers. I don't see a breakdown by age and the current infection numbers. Is that? I mean, I'm on the coronavirus COVID numbers here page.
So you're on the page that shows the cases per 100,000. Yeah, we do not have a breakdown by age. I don't know, Jacqueline, if there's anything to add there.
Yeah, we have added, in addition to case rates per 100,000, it's the past 14 days. So that's probably a more accurate representation of the daily, or the daily case rate that's on there in terms of what's going on. And it's a more periodic, you can actually see more timely information instead of cumulative rates. In terms of age, those are not broken down specifically by city. However, we do have reports from more county level of the number of people who are being infected. I think it's a very large majority of those are under 50. However, the deaths are disproportionately affecting those who are above 50. So we're seeing the younger population kind of leading the infection rate.
Okay. All right, Councilman Horvath, do you have your hand is up? We'll make a motion.
Yeah, motion to receive and file.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, I'll just say in closing words, I'd love to see you guys out there in the community a lot more, whether it's farmers markets on the Esplanade, handing out constant reinforcement. Don't want to get people are becoming compliant or compliant. What's the word?
Complacent.
Thank you. Yeah, and complacent, and it's the more you're out there in the public, and whether it's online and in person, the better. So that's my wishes to you guys. So. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, on the words to the next item.
Thank you again. Appreciate
Thank you. Appreciate it. Possible action for Ted Simon for the pavement management survey. Final report for the city of Redondo Beach. Mr. Simon, you are up.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim and council members. Joining me tonight and to give you the presentation is Lauren Sablan, our principal engineer. We're here tonight to present you the final pavement management study report. It's a follow-up to our presentation in mid-September, at which time you considered and approved the next 3-year list of residential street rehab project locations and the draft report itself. With that, I'll turn it over to Lauren, who's got a PowerPoint presentation to share with us.
Muted.
You're muted, Lauren.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Can you see the screen? No? Okay, perfect. All right, good evening, Mayor and Council, or Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Let's see. Okay. Every 3 years, the pavement condition of the city streets are surveyed and analyzed. A report is prepared and then used to prioritize future street rehabilitation projects. In June of 2017, the citywide PCI was 70. The 2017 report was presented to council and direction was given to adopt the strategy to improve the city's PCI to 75 within 10 years, which required approximately $4.5 million of an annual investment. As such, the investments of the capital improvement projects and the maintenance performed by city crews were implemented over the last the last 3 years with this goal in mind. The city streets were then resurveyed in May of 2020, and it was determined that the citywide PCI has improved to a 72. The survey information was collected and then input into our Street Saver software. On September 15th, council was presented with the city's updated PCI and discussed the streets that were identified by Street Saver for the residential street rehab and slurry seal projects for the next 3 years. At that meeting, council approved the identified streets. Those selected streets have now been added to the 2020 report, which is being brought back to you in this item for you to receive and file for future reference. The notable item in this report is that the city is currently on target to meet the goal to increase the overall PCI to 75 with the construction of the 2021 projects and a $4.5 million annual investment. However, since there is potential for reduction to the budget due to the COVID-19 pandemic, a reduced budget in both 2023 and 2024 was analyzed to determine the potential impact. It is anticipated that the PCI could drop back down to 73 in 2023, and deferred maintenance would increase by $4.3 million in 2027. Should the city not be able to meet the current annual $4.5 million budget to maintain the PCI of 75 in those years, the city is still potentially able to achieve the actual goal of increasing the PCI to 75 by 2027 with a budget of approximately $4.6 million annually. The full report is available on the city's website for your review. Therefore, it is the recommendation to receive and file the 2020 Pavement Management Survey Update Final Report for the City of Redondo Beach. And we're available for any questions.
Perfect. I did not see whose hand came up first. I think Councilman Lowenstein, your hand came up first. Yeah. All right. There you go. Go for it.
It did. Yes. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thanks for this report. It's very informative. One of the things that I had actually submitted as a blue folder item is a presentation from an ICA conference, Independent Cities Association conference in 2019. And that was from the who at that time was the assistant city manager, now is the city manager of the city of Montebello. And what Montebello had done was realize that they had a number of streets that had a PCI, I think, of below 60. And they determined that it was better to perhaps bond future revenue streams and use that to repair streets at an earlier rate and quicker rate than they would by spreading out that amount of money over a 10 or 15-year period. And the thinking was that one of the things that's constant in terms of construction, road repair, is that there's always inflation of at least 2 or 3 or 4% every year. And in fact, in the last 5 years, there's been a greater rate of inflation due to a shortage of contractors, materials, based on gas tax money, and projects going using those type of money. So really, what they did in a scenario like that, and you can look through this at your own convenience, but what they did is they thought that it was less expensive to replace something earlier and pay the debt service rather than deal with not only the increase in inflation, but also the roads deteriorating greater, which would cause more repairs to be done. And, as the roads wear down, you need greater level repair. So you actually have to do road reconstruction. So what I wanted us to do is at least go through the exercise of looking to see if this was a good thing for us to do. And, there's 3 scenarios here that we look at. It's the budget, and then there is the huge upfront cost of $23 million in scenario 2. And then the street scenario for number 3, which is repair every street within 10 years. I wonder if it's worthwhile for us to look at the possibility of bonding future revenue streams from the different measures that are out there and the gas tax revenue that's being sent our way as a way to do this in a smart way and get the streets done in a faster way. Obviously, if we did lots of streets in a short period of time, it would create a lot of work for our public works department. It would also create a lot of repairs at one time within neighborhoods. But we could figure out a way perhaps to spread this out over a year rather than just doing it over a 3 or 4 month period to smooth out any type of concentration of work. So I was hoping Ted and your team could perhaps look at this along with your consultant and maybe the financial department to see if this is a good idea for us to do.
We could definitely give it an initial review, council member, and if that is the council's direction, we may come back to you at the next budget cycle and identify what it would take for a financial consultant to go through the analysis and identify not only the possibility of the repayment of a potential bond, but also what those other funding sources may be that could help in that repayment process itself. There are funds that do come to us for roadway repairs and are used extensively for that, such as Measure R and Measure M local return funds. But we can definitely initiate some preliminary investigations and come back to you for further analysis at a later time.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. You know, one of my priorities that I've laid out on my term as a council member is to make sure that our roads, the quality of our roads improve. It's been, 16, 17 years, some places even longer since roads have been either repaved or slurried even in some places. So I'd like to continue along this path, even though sometimes we don't have all the money we need. I would like to hit that goal of 75 PCI citywide average, if not higher. We should have try to have the best roads in the South Bay, and I think that's possible. So
great, and I think both scenarios 2 and 3, which sort of identify both an upfront heavy investment or an annual heavy investment for the next 10 years, would have actually improved that PCI up to an 85.
Yeah, my concern about I like 3. My concern though is it is a substantial amount of money. How do we make sure, like in years like this where we do have a recession, that we were able to meet those? And so that's one thing where the bond, and the other thing is, the bond will allow us to pay it out over a little bit longer of a period of time. It wouldn't crowd out the other priorities we have in our budget as we pay it out over a longer period of time, and perhaps save us some money in the long run as well too. So interest rates are low right now. This is a good time to capitalize and stuff like that. So thank you.
All right. Councilmember Grant.
Sure. So to fund this, what we've been doing, are we mostly using Measure R and Measure M funds to do this? Or are we putting in some of our own CIP money for this as well?
Well, our CIP is predominantly coming from Measure R, Measure M, Prop C, and gas tax. Those and SB1 monies, those are the primary funds that do our road resurfacing projects.
Okay. The reason I asked that is the other side of what Todd was talking about is we start to go into a pretty serious economy, and we're going to have to look for roads or for money and all sorts of things. Is it possible to step down and say, hey, we need to go back to a standard of 70 and we're going to save $1 million or $2 million per year? Is that something that's possible? And again, I'm not advocating for this. I'm just asking the question as far as if we have to really scrape together money to pay our bills, basically, is that something that's possible?
Mike, I see you're coming on. Did you want to answer that part?
Yeah, maybe I'll jump in on that. The answer is that would happen organically over time if we were to underfund the program, right? That's what we would slowly slide into. Our PCI would gradually decline. Lauren covered that in the slides, which is why it's incumbent on us to do our best to try to maintain that level of annualized funding so we can stay at that 75 PCI or greater. I think, the good news is we've been able to leverage, to Ted's point, transportation restricted sources of funds. Those are showing and continue to be steady on an estimation basis for us in our projections. To the extent that we've supplemented those project monies with our own discretionary sources, whether it be general fund or something else, we can always pull that back for operating expenses or other projects as needed. But we don't have the ability to leverage Measure M funding or Measure R or these other transportation sources for general operations. So not a lot of that can be siphoned off for our general fund department expenses. So keep that in mind. Now, that said, and I think Todd brings up a very good question, we can study, and we'll bring this back in probably the form of a budget response report, either at mid-year or part of our capital cycle this spring. But we can study kickstarts to this program through smaller bonds. It doesn't have to be a full bonding scenario. It can be a smaller bonding scenario that covers perhaps those projects that are in that deferred maintenance category that require significant capital investment to kind of bring them up to snuff. And then we can work on a sustainable annualized program at maybe a slighter, lesser funding level. So it could be looked at it a couple of different ways. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing proposition. You can supplement it in parts and look at those longer term annual costs on a sort of marginal basis.
Understanding that we can't use restricted and Measure R, Measure M, and some of these other funds that you're talking about. Just kind of keeping in the back of my mind that if everything goes down, there is going to be a tipping point where we're going to have to, as you say, not fund our CIP as much as we have at mid-year when we do that, or at budget time and things like that. So, like I said, I'm not trying to be doom and gloom here, but I'm also trying to be real and say,
well, and we're there later in item N6, Councilman. I mean, that is exactly what you've read that report. We're there. Our recommendation this time of year with our year-end funding is typically to set aside $1 million+ in funding for our next year capital planning purpose. We're not recommending that this year because we are in a very difficult budget situation. So
yeah, that was going to be my point, is that I was going to draw that the connection there between this and N6 or N7, one of those two. So just kind of saying we're in different times as well. The plan that we put in place to get up to 75, while it is a good thing for everyone here, COVID has made it so that we have to really look hard at the goals that we're making. Just putting that out. That's all. Thanks.
It's a good point.
All right. Thank you. So why are alleyways never included on this pavement management index? Because these alleyways, especially in District 1, some of them don't even have any asphalt on them. They're just dirt. Other ones are just completely falling apart. I know we did the one-time $80,000 per district. I'd love to see that come back again. But can't we use these measure funds, grants funds for some of the alleyways?
Well, I think the possibility is there. The requirement to actually assess the alleyways is not required under the GASB element. That this 3-year program that we do the pavement management analysis on is a requirement for the restricted funds that we receive from the county on our pavement improvement stuff. Alleys are not a component of that, and as you mentioned in the last go around, when we did have discretionary funds available, that was the recommendation that the council approved, was to do some alley repairs down in District 1. In the prior years, as you can recall, we were unable to complete all the streets within that 10-year cycle, which was the initial goal of the city council, and it took up to 17 years to complete all the residential streets within the city. I think the alleys at that point were not identified as the primary priority, and it was to try to complete all the residential streets. In this particular cycle, I think those are individual asks, if that's the right way. They're not under the GASB requirement. They are not a component of the 3-year cycle evaluation and assessment.
Okay. All right. Any public comment, Eleanor, from the attendees? I don't see hands up. Eleanor, you're muted right now.
All right. Okay, yes. No comments, no e-comments, and also no Zoom comments.
Okay. So you guys don't need any action from this other than just a
push and receive and file.
There you go. Councilman Lowenstein.
Yeah, I do have a quick question. And I know, Ted, you mentioned this, but bringing it back around the budget cycle, I'm a little concerned if we bring it back that late. You know, if you do a bond, it takes a long time to do, 6 to 12 months. If we do it that late, will we have enough time to consider for, say, next budget cycle the year after? I mean, if we I wouldn't think this would take extremely long to go through this exercise of determining what the cost benefit analysis is of doing a bond. Is it something we could do earlier than say May or June? Because by then it's kind of too late.
Our hope this year, Councilman, is to try to bring mid-year to you in February, because we're trying to, as you know, we have a first quarter report to you today, item N7 later on the agenda. We could schedule a budget response report on this subject for that mid-year discussion. That's also when we'll be looking at how we're performing with revenues, and you have a better sense of whether or not we're going to make adjustments to revenue projections and or expenditure projections. You might at that opportunity be able to designate some funding for capital exercise as well. So I think that February would be a good target for us with a budget response report. It could lay out the options, and then you could decide if you want to bring on the formalized consultant to help us initiate a true bonding review.
Okay.
We're going to this is separate, but we're also going to be having a bonding discussion with regards to the possible pros and cons of a pension obligation bond. We'll be talking about that likely at mid-year as well. So there could be some synergy in those exercises and those two conversations.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein, you want to add that to the motion to make sure it gets?
Yeah, I'd like to make a friendly amendment that it be brought back at mid-year for February. As a BRR.
The bonding portion of
the bonding, correct.
Sure.
Is that okay, Mike? Okay.
That works fine. Yeah.
Well, Morvath, you shook your head, and Councilman Grant, you shook your head. Okay. All right. So no more public comment, no more questions. Can we get a vote, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grant.
Aye.
Councilmember Emdy.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Aye.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
Fantastic. And there's nothing to read on that. Receive and file. So next up, we have possible action receiving 2020. Oh, excuse me. Possible action regarding first reading unlawful camping ordinance. Regarding our pallet shelter, things that we're doing. With that, Mr. Mike Webb, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This will be a presentation by both myself and Quality of Life Prosecutor Joy Ebikin. She wrote the staff report largely, and I largely did the PowerPoint presentation. And so with that, I'll share my screen. I'm assuming you can see that.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, so some of this is repeat, but this is a pursuant to your direction last week to return with the ordinances to amend our unlawful camping ordinance in a way to allow the police department to enforce some both location and time circumstances under which people are camping in certain public places. As a reminder, 2018, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that no city could enforce those laws as long as they're not the option of sleeping indoor, because the person experiencing homelessness doesn't have a choice in the matter. If you recall, I contacted the Boise City attorney, who put me in touch with their outside counsel, who is handling their petition for review to the U.S. Supreme Court. They said that what would help is if a coalition of California cities could file a friend of the court brief. I contacted the general counsel for the League of California Cities. We put together 4 or 5 cities to discuss it. I brought it to you, all of you, the council, and we were the first city to approve participating and paying our share of the cost drafting the brief. Unfortunately, and not surprising, because fewer than 1% of petitions for review to the Supreme Court are granted, the Supreme Court did not take that case up for review. which means although it is a fundamental change in the law, and from my opinion, not a very well-reasoned or well-written opinion, and is certainly not the law outside the Ninth Circuit, it is the law that our police department has to follow. Since there are currently no alternatives, the police have been unable to enforce these ordinances. However, the court added a footnote 8, that said even when the shelter is unavailable, you could regulate it. You could enforce laws at particular places, times, or locations. And they refer to a previous Ninth Circuit case, Jones versus City of LA. Jones versus City of LA, the opinion is not citable by anybody other than a judge at the Ninth Circuit, because after it was granted, after the decision was written, they entered into a settlement and the case was removed from citable authority. But Martin versus Boise, the court definitely relied on the Jones case. So in Jones, they described an LA ordinance, and they described it as one of the most restrictive laws regulating public spaces in the U.S. that prohibited sitting, lying, or sleeping in a public way at any time of day. And they contrasted that with a number of situations and a number of ordinances in other cities where they combined it with a time or location qualification. In quoting, for example, other city ordinances contain safe harbor provisions limiting the hours of enforcement. And so Jones talked about the cases, the situations in Seattle where between you couldn't sleep in public or on a public sidewalk in other locations between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. Tucson was similar, except it extended where it was to 10 p.m. And Houston, Texas had the most restrictive. The prohibition was between 7 and 11 p.m. Now, we also have, when the council gave ahead for the pilot program that can be shut down at entirely your discretion after 30 days if there are any problems, they came up, you directed us to come up with an ordinance that restricted camping around the site. And the idea being that you didn't want any of the fears of the residents to come to fruition, that there would be it would be a magnet. We would have increased camping near the site. And this is an overview of the selected pallet site. So you can see the lot there. This is a closer view. And the site for the pallet shelters will be on the southern half, and Public Works will continue, and our contractors continue to use the second site. It's designed to not have any of the feared unintended consequences. And so for 15 beds, you will have 24/7 security, 24/7, in addition, resident aides. You have a program coordinator, housing navigator, meals, portable restroom, hand wash facility, portable showers, COVID-19 supplies that are only for use by the person staying in the pallet shelters. And you decided that it was only open to Redondo Beach residents only. You directed the city manager to return, to issue to issue an administrative policy that defined what residency would be. This is part of that from Bellflower, as an example, that you directed him to use as a guidance in issuing his administrative policy. In other words, that there's no reason for someone from other areas to come to the shelter, because we have many more than 15 people currently suffering from homelessness, and this program is designed to get them off the streets during the pandemic and during the winter. Now, so the two ordinances you directed us to return and the amendments is, the one that talks about, that tries to make certain that in an ultimate belts and suspenders approach, in addition to all the rules and all the operational things that you put in place, that should deter anyone from coming and camping near the site, you directed us to also return with an ordinance that the police could enforce that prohibit camping within 500 yards or feet. We talked both, and we'd had discussion. You wanted it more extensive than the City of LA one, which was 500 feet. The other ordinance will apply all of citywide, in that now that we have all these services in place, now that we have the only outdoor homeless court in the county of LA, now that we have additional wraparound services, including addiction counseling and mental health counseling, now that you have given direction to come to add an additional housing navigator or program coordinator to focus solely on North Redondo, we may be able to enforce what footnote 8 talked about, a particular time location. And the idea behind it, the first goal was to prevent any unintended consequence near the pallet shelter site. The second goal is designed to not have housing encampments develop, have them, become something that we have to face, as you see elsewhere in cities around the county. We don't have that issue. It's much harder to deal with that issue once it's established. And, that's the reason that, the purpose of this ordinance. But as we've heard throughout the many council discussions publicly that we've had, the many neighborhood meetings that you've had, there are strong opinions on both sides. And you can't make everyone happy. For everyone that fears that this will be a magnet and other people will come from all over to live in Redondo, you have other people who are advocates from the homeless that we heard on another issue today that don't think there should be any enforcement. They don't want the fence up, even though, as you correctly pointed out, Vice Mayor Nierenheim, that's to establish site control. It's as much to protect the people who are living in it as anything else. So you're going to have a trade-off between the more expansive you make the prohibition, either in terms of distance for the First Amendment or in terms of time in the Second Amendment, the more likely you are to potentially draw a legal challenge, and the greater difficulty will exist in defending that ordinance. And so that's something to keep in mind. A Public Safety Commission, Joy and I spoke to the Public Safety Commission last night. They voted 4-2 in favor of having a camping prohibition against camping within 500 feet. There was concern about having it larger than that. As I mentioned, sometimes as I mentioned in the past, Oakland has an ordinance of 25 feet. 500 feet was the ordinance and is the ordinance that the city of LA is considering, but has not been passed. They originally looked at a block, but the problem is blocks are of greatly different size. And blocks in Redondo can vary in up to 1,500 feet or 500 yards. To give you some context, The normal protective order for a restraining order or a protective order in a criminal case is 100 yards. Now, it can be bigger, but that would be the equivalent of 300 feet. And as we'll see, there's an issue, as we talked about with Councilmember Lowenstein, is that if you did a 500-yard protective or prohibition, that would extend it to Torrance, in which we don't have any authority to make an ordinance, although they could pass a companion ordinance and enforce it in their area. But they already have a park there that has people experiencing homelessness staying in there, and so that is something to consider. The larger one will be hard to defend, but it covers many of the areas that the residents spoke to you about concern about, and we'll see that in a little bit. Although they wanted the 500 feet, they wanted broader than the San Clemente ordinance. So while San Clemente said you can't do it between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m., the Public Safety Commission made it 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. San Clemente, that's the one thing that they mentioned that we talked about has been effective to them once their other attempts, such as the sole location camping site, were shut down. That's been effective. It hasn't been challenged. But there isn't a real reason. You had questions last time. There isn't, I can't give you a set reason why they did it. The city attorney said it was more something that the council worked out on the dais. But it is the least restrictive of the prohibitions compared to what was described in the Jones case. This is similar to the Tucson, Arizona ordinance. And so you had 4 members vote in favor of the restrictions, and 2 vote in opposition to the restrictions. And this is a diagram. It's attached to the administrative report, and this was prepared by a public works department. You can see the blue square in the middle is the pallet shelter program. The light brown circle would be the 500-foot limitation, and so the police could enforce. No, that's 500 feet. 500 yard is the yellow. Okay. And so you can see that the 500-foot limitation would go up to Torrance in some locations to the south, but it wouldn't extend into Torrance. The 500-yard would extend it in Torrance and wouldn't be effective anywhere south of 182nd Street unless Torrance enacted their own ordinance. But the yellow map, the 500 yards, would cover much of the area, including Rouse, Target, part of the RBUSD property that were specifically mentioned by people who are concerned about that going in. And so this is ultimately a call for you. It's a policy matter as to which ordinance, if any, you want to adopt. But the direction we'd be seeking, or not direction, what you should address is, if you want that, how big do you want to make it? Do you want to make it 500 yards, 500 feet, 300 feet, because that's the normal protective order? Or do you want to, come up with an order that prevents camping right next to the site, but is the least likely to draw a lawsuit and the easiest to defend? Similarly, you can look at the hours that you would prohibit, but really the goal here was not so much enforcement for a long time. It was to prevent the establishment of, semi-permanent homeless encampments. If they have to take it down and put it up each night, it's not going to become what you see under some of the underpasses throughout much of LA. And that's what this is designed to prevent. And so even the less restrictive one like San Clemente, where they would have to take it down by 10 a.m. and couldn't put it up until 5, would still address that issue. It would address it citywide, and it would be more easily defended as something that was mentioned, that specifically in Martin versus Boise. It's more in areas outside of parks because the city parks do have park hours, and those will be more restrictive even than in some cases they'd be more restrictive than the San Clemente ordinance. And with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Michael. This is a multi-pronged tooled approach. This has come up in both my community meeting on Saturday and online. Just so everyone knows, everyone in my community meeting was very understanding. They also had a lot of questions, and they understood why we're doing this and the tools that it gives us, as well as the impact to the coastline and Veterans Park, the pier area. People, when you get explained this in a very compassionate, logical manner, what the rush is, so to speak, where the money's coming from, what tools we're getting out of this, they suddenly become far more appreciative and saying, okay, let's try this. And if we can shut it down after 1 week or 2 weeks, if it becomes an issue, hey, it's something that we have control over. So people feel very safe once that happens. I'm definitely in favor of the 500-yard one, especially since it hits that school and the residential areas. Torrance, just everyone knows. I read something about Torrance. They're just starting their homeless plan and action items. It came up at my community meeting last night, and I kind of shook my head, and I don't know what they're doing, what some of the other cities are doing, but just so everyone knows, this is something that really came up during my meetings, was when other cities start truly enforcing their anti-camping laws like Santa Monica and LA City, where do you think these people who are experiencing homelessness going to go? To the cities that can't enforce or don't have tools to deal with it. So while we're very compassionate down here, we need to have tools to make sure it's done right. Councilman Grant, I saw your hand up first.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. District 4, this is definitely right in the middle of our district, or it's in our district. And while everyone is trying to wrap their hands and head around having the shelter here, and it's going to be for a set period, it is in our neighborhoods and it is in our area, and they're concerned. And my residents are very concerned, and they've been very vocal about this ordinance here. I do have a question for Ms. Avican, if you could. I read in the report that you do believe that the 500 yards is defendable. It's just there's a certain element of risk between both the 500 feet and the 500 yards. So can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, so the city of LA based it on a previous ordinance that they had of vehicle dwelling. That ordinance has now sunsetted prior to COVID, and that is where they based the 500 feet, which was originally one block. And that ordinance was never challenged. So in speaking to the LA City deputy that helped draft the pending ordinance of this 500 feet from a shelter, that is where they got that distance from, was from the previous vehicle dwelling ordinance. And because they were never challenged, they felt confident that they could defend that. The larger you make the distance, it just makes it more difficult to defend if someone argues that that's too much of an area that we're not allowed to go to, and we're a small city. So it just makes it a little bit more difficult, but that's how LA based their distance on. And as Mr. Webb mentioned, Oakland just recently passed a similar prohibition from a shelter with only 25 feet. So it's up to you to just draw the line and just know what risks are involved.
Thank you.
And part of it is it's done in conjunction with everything else we're doing. You know, we're trying to both compassionately address Redondo persons suffering homelessness and equally protect community quality of life and protect the residents. And as the police would be the first ones to tell you, they can't arrest their way out of this problem. They just can't. And we're trying to come up with creative ways to address it, to address both, to remove, to give up a humane way for those people to temporarily be placed on their way to permanent housing. At the same time, have enforcement tools for the police to utilize. And, there may be a lawsuit. We think we have a good case given everything else that this council has authorized in defending it. And if it's struck down, you have the option just to remove the homeless shelter. And then that, it would moot the first ordinance, the 500-yard ordinance, because there would no longer be a shelter.
Yeah, thank you for that. And that's the exact explanation between the two of you that I was looking for. So thank you very much. The picture that you have in the packet and one that you showed there, it does give some comfort to the folks that actually do live around there. As Mr. Narenheim mentioned as well, it starts to kind of look towards that the school that's up at the, I won't even try directions at the moment, but it also encompasses being able to kind of at least give a buffer zone or at least some clarity for Target, the routes into most of the Galleria and in that area. And I do think it's appropriate. So I'm in favor of the 500-yard version and being able to say, we're doing this, as we say, as a number of steps to compassionately take care of these folks and move them into other housing and other options. With regards to the timing of this whole thing, the 5 p.m. to 10 a.m., I'm less worried about that. I do see that the actual act of having to take down a tent and move or keep it down at some point, any hours that we choose are going to help that situation. So I'm not really too worried about that. But I would like to, I'd like to recommend the 500 yards. So I'll listen to everyone else and we'll make a motion here in a little bit after we hear from the public. But those are my comments for right now. And I wanted to say thank you very much for the ordinance. It's very well written. And, again, in conjunction with everything that we're doing, I think this is a good way to find a little bit of balance for the neighbors that are there, but also do what we want to do with this shelter. So thank you.
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I would agree with John. Mike, could you put the map up again? Thank you. So, okay. So, yeah, I would agree with John about the 500 yards. Not only does it cover Adams and Washington, and it covers all of the Galleria, but it also covers the train tracks and where we've had a number of homeless encampments along the railroad, by the railroad. So if there's going to be a congregation of people near the shelter area, why wouldn't they go to the train, near the train tracks where Lila frequently goes and talks to people? The goal is to not have them camp there and to get them the help that they need, not to push them aside, but also to get them out of the tents and getting the help that they need. So I would agree. Also, it protects the residents that are in Redondo, south of 182nd, west of the train tracks. We wouldn't be able to enforce El Nido and the area around that, but we'd be able to enforce the vital areas that we've talked about, whether it's the Galleria, the train, near the train tracks, and also some of the areas like Fermona, Condon, those areas. So I think it's too small to do 500 feet. And so I would agree with both John and Councilmember Narenheim, or Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember MD.
So sounds like we're in agreement. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we pass this ordinance by title only, 3209-20, with the direction of 500 yards. We'll keep the time, the 5 p.m. to 10 a.m., since that's been proven to be defendable by San Clemente. And yeah, so that's my amending the municipal code, chapter 34 to title 4 regarding the unlawful camping. That's my motion.
And it was there a second word, sorry. Okay. We'll return December 1st for the second reading. So it will be effective virtually, the same day that the first shelter opens, and it's certainly in time for all of the shelters to be occupied. Great. And I know Lila is already working more in North Redondo to address that issue.
Thank you. Okay. And just so you guys know, I did call the mayor of Torrance to let them know that this item was on there, and to let them know that El Nido would not be covered under this. And he has a lot of faith in his staff that he'll take care of it.
Yeah, and if with you adopting the 500-yard one, I'm going to call Patrick Sullivan, the Torrance City Attorney, to let them know, so they can have present to their council covering their portion of the 500 yards.
Perfect. All right. Any public comment?
So I don't see any hands raised for, in Zoom, and then also no e-comments.
Wow.
Surprising.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm in full favor of the 500-yard one. It just makes sense to me. Got to give the schools. So we have a motion by Councilmember MD. We have a second by Councilmember Gran. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim?
Aye.
And then I need to read the intro. So introduction by title only, ordinance number 3209-20, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending municipal code, chapter 34, title 4, regarding unlawful camping, for introduction and first reading. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Moving onwards and upwards to the next item N5. Discussion possible action regarding the CARES Act funding. Riviera Village, there's a check on there for them. I know I wanted to get them some more money. We got some new developments happening just today alone, actually. So, Marnie, go ahead and take it away.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. You had asked for an update on our CARES Act funding, and that's what we'll try to provide tonight. If you recall, the city received an $827,000 allocation of CARES Act funding from the state. And then recently we received word of a $450,000 allocation through the CDBG program. The state allocation is being used for a wide variety of purposes. They're all listed in your admin report, but they include teleworking capabilities, PPE, COVID-related payroll costs, and unemployment benefits. So these costs have been reported to the state in 2 different reporting periods that take us through September 30th. And the total expenditures reported to them for that time period were $684,000. The estimated expenditures for the final period, which takes us through December 30, have been listed in your admin report as well. They're just estimates at this point because, of course, we haven't made all of the expenditures we're going to. But we fully anticipate that all the funds will be spent. And that even takes into account our next reporting period will include a refund of unemployment benefits that we received in the last couple weeks. So we'll kind of have a negative expenditure in there, and we still expect to spend all the funding. The CDBG funding then has been appropriated by council for business assistance grants, the PALLET program, and administration. The $110,000 that was appropriated for business assistance grants breaks down to $50,000 for Riviera Village, $20,000 for Artesia Aviation, and the final $40,000 for a citywide program. And as you can see from the agreement and payment for Riviera Village, it was not possible to use this CDBG funding for Riviera Village. The CDBG program requires that payments go directly to the small businesses, not to the association, as was the case in this instance. So the funding that you appropriated for Riviera Village could become available for allocation elsewhere. So we just wanted to give you that update and also have you approve the reimbursement agreement for Riviera Village and then the accounts payable check to the association. And I can answer any questions you have.
Thank you. So, yeah, you know, I'm really impressed with Riviera Village, what they've done down there. They've taken a huge load off Public Works and the city to disperse these funds. As we can tell, you know, it's really created a new life down there in the village. The unfortunate problem is now with the winter season with rains, they're gonna have to they're starting to redo some of the garden parkettes. And as of Friday, 50% of outdoor dining will be going away, and 10 p.m. curfew as per LA County. So they're going to get hit in the arm one more time. On the next item we see moving forward, some of our sales tax revenues aren't hit as hard. I think there's a direct reflection. And you know, we've got the mirrors down there in Riviera Village, and the parking lots are starting to fill up again. I think with the money that we've gotten, if we invest another, you know, $50,000 or $60,000 with them, so that they can redo their parkettes to be friendly to the rains and outdoor dining for the winter time, I think it'd be huge. They're paying for cleaning of the parkettes down there right now. They're taking a huge load off city staff on managing those parkettes and letting staff do their business. So I would love to get another chunk of change out of the CARES Act funding, not the CDBG funding, since we spent all that. We've got some overhead monies that have come back from last year. So I think it'd be a really smart thing for us to do to support them down there. So that's kind of where I stand with this right now. I'd love to see them get a few more bucks. So thank you, Councilman Lowenstein.
Yeah, I would agree that this has been very helpful for them. My question would either go for Marnie or maybe it's John LaRock. What are we doing to advertise for the CDBG funding that's going to the rest of the city businesses? Are we actually going out there and advertising? We're going door to door. How are we doing that so that people know about the funding?
So we aren't quite there yet, and we do have a little bit longer, actually quite a bit longer time frame to disperse the CDBG funds. We are working with the CDBG consultant as well.
Let me interrupt real quick. CDBG funds? I thought those had to be spent by December 31st.
No. The state funding has to be spent by December 30. And the CDBG, we have years. I can't remember how many, but.
So the federal CARES Act money?
So they're both CARES Act money. One allotment is coming to us through the state, and that has an end date of December 30. And the other allocation is coming from CDBG, and we have much longer to spend that.
So how are we going to actually approach those businesses? Have we thought about placing an ad or in a newspaper? Or are we going to go door to door? How are we going to deal with that? Do you know?
That'll be citywide, so we can't.
It'd be hard to go citywide.
Exactly.
Right. So how do we let people know? Because, there are people that desperately need the money right now.
Yeah. So I know we of course will put information out on our website, make it, front and prominent there. I know for the waterfront area that the Waterfront Economic Development Department plans to disperse the information to those businesses that they deal with.
Maybe, I mean, this would be a wide net. We could look at the companies, the places that have business licenses. I don't know, in order to and send a mailer out to them, or we do some type of newspaper ad. That might be an easier way to let people know about it. But my concern would be the money would be sitting there. People need it desperately, and then they don't know that it's available to them. So anyway, all right. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, Councilman Grant.
Yeah, just along that, the Artesia and aviation corridors, there's 140 businesses, and I did find it very effective to hand out flyers directly. I know that we can't really do that citywide, or each city council member has, businesses in their district. Might behoove them to kind of get the word out as well. But the Artesia aviation corridor, those folks were very thankful. We are almost fully subscribed in that fund there as well, and based on the fact that we're getting money to the folks that need it the most. So that's it's a great thing. So thank you very much to the finance team for putting this together and for doing this and kind of accounting for it. So it's been very good. Thank you.
Yeah, we have, Marty, we have a business license going out in December, I believe, right? So maybe we can just stick a flyer with them or a postcard, addendum.
That doesn't go to all businesses. We bill quarterly, so it's not exactly a quarter of the businesses, but generally speaking, only a quarter of the businesses will get a renewal notice then.
Okay. Do we have any, Eleanor, do we have any public comment for this?
Okay. Let's see. I have Jeff Ginsburg. There you go. I don't know if Jeff would like to speak on this.
I see when he wrote one. Do we want to just, unless Jeff puts his hand up, we can just read that?
That's fine. Okay, great. So Vicki, if you can read that.
Yes, the comment submitted by Jeff Ginsburg. This is Jeff Ginsburg, president of the Riviera Village Association. And I want to thank the mayor, city council, and city staff for working together with the RVA to make the parklets and ongoing sidewalk sale possible in the Riviera Village. The RVA has spent most of its funds towards this project, and therefore this $50,000 CARES Act funding reimbursement will assist the RVA to update the parklets for the winter season. In addition, we have 2 additional requests for new parklets on Avenue I, so we hope we can assist those businesses as well. If some more CARES Act funding is available, it would be greatly appreciated to assist with other things which come up along the way. We're living in unique times right now, so planning ahead is a good plan to have. I hope you are all safe and healthy as we go through these winter months upon us. Thank you for listening. And that concludes the comments for N5.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. So I'll just make a motion to approve the reimbursement agreement, approve the check, and disperse another $50,000 to the Riviera Village Association for expenses that have started on today, moving forward to the end of the year. Or do we have a timeline, Marnie, that we have to deal with?
We are supposed to have the checks written before the end of the year, which your last council meeting to approve payments is
December 15th.
15.
Yeah. Okay. They've got a lot of expenses. I know that. I'm sure they can do that. So I'll just say for expenses up until December 15th, out of this funding. Yeah, that would be my motion.
I'll second it.
I'm not really sure what that motion is.
I'm confused as well.
So to add, to agree to the reimbursement agreement and the check that we have going out for them right now, for the Riviera bid, as well as an additional $50,000 for the Riviera Village Associations, for the funding, that's going to expire here at the end of the year. So we can send them another check for help. Yeah.
Do we have additional
50,000?
But, we do not have an additional 50,000 from the state allocation. It would take away money from the items that are on the list that are part of the city's reimbursement. So that would be a deviation from kind of what we're on track to report for the balance of this calendar year. Correct, Marnie? Something else on that
Right.
would have to go down.
Yes.
So it would affect the city's general fund.
So which one of the items that we have until a greater length of period of time, and how much money is in that fund for us to?
So the $50,000 is available from the CDBG CARES Act funding. We have longer to issue a grant, and the only thing would be we'd have to develop the program differently so that the payment and the agreements and all that were with the individual businesses, not the association.
I would prefer to have the RVA come back and give us at least an estimate and how they would help do that. So just blanket $50,000. While we love the RVA and we love the folks down there, just giving a blanket number is a tough thing to do, especially in this having to reallocate it in a different way. So if they can come back, since this has a longer tail on it, if they can come back, that would be my wish.
Okay. I hear what you're saying on that. An itemized list of what they're doing down there to move the garden parquet program forward. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we're not just handing them another $50,000. So come back and tell us what you're going to do, how you're going to do that, and what it's going to cost. And let's see where we can find some monies. What it sounds like, per what Martin you just mentioned also, is that the distribution of the funds, it has to go in a different way. It has to go directly to a business. It can't go to an association that is kind of blanketing it. So they have to figure out how to do that. You can't just kind of pass money around. This is a whole little different level of game here.
Okay, so is that in Riviera, Marnie? The Riviera Business Association does not qualify under a direct check authorization reimbursement.
Not for the CDBG funding.
But the CARES Act funding, we do. We got $800,000 in that, didn't we?
Yes, of which we've already spent 684.
And that has other.
And that was just through September 30.
And that has other expenses that the city is going to incur. That's why we were able to fund this with CDBG funds.
Yeah, including the $50,000 tonight is part of the.
But that's a different pie. The pie for CDBG was the 400,000, 422, I believe it was. Correct?
453,000 approximately.
453. So in total here, we're talking about 1.2, 1.3 million dollars that we're getting, and we're spending the CARES. Excuse me, the CBG funding was 450. We got the $300,000 for the homeless shelter pallet program. We have some overhead expenses, and then I believe there was another 100,000 that we prophesied. What was that for?
That was for all these business assistance grants.
Oh, that's right.
But the Riviera Village didn't use their 50,000 because they didn't qualify for CDBG, and you had left that option available to us when you approved using the CDBG funding, that we would use CDBG funding whenever it was possible.
Right. So we actually, technically speaking, have an extra $50,000 sitting in the CDBG funding right now.
Yes.
So here's what I would propose.
Hand raised.
Since there is, sorry.
Councilman Horvath, I did not see that. Go ahead and open it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just going to make a substitute motion to approve the item as is, to approve the accounts payable demand check in the amount of $50,000, and then bring back more information related to the additional $50,000 out of the CDBG and how that could be appropriately appropriated to individual businesses. Or whatever it is that we may need to do, and hopefully, by the time we get that figured out, maybe Congress will have gotten their act together, and we will have a HEROES Act as well. So,
okay. So,
how's it gonna?
Okay, second that. All right. So, Marty, so we have that 600 something thousand dollars that we've as of September 30th. Does that include the 50,000 for the Riviera bid?
No, that came after September 30. That's not till, basically you're spending it tonight.
Okay. And we have it up until December 31st for that, you said?
30, yeah.
December 30th? Okay. So I'll get them to come on down to tell us specifically what they're spending their money on, so we can show that. I think that would be a good suggestion. Is that in your motion there, Councilman Horvath?
Yeah, that was exactly. We're directing them to figure out how to make that CDBG $50,000 work.
Because it's not in CDBG, that's the thing.
It was $50,000 out of the CDBG, but it can only be appropriated to individual businesses, not to an association. So staff has to kind of figure out the parameters of how that would work, and they would have to have conversations with the RVA and or businesses that may be interested. So there's more work that has to be done on that, which is why I wanted to bifurcate the two.
So you're saying to take that extra $50,000 and have it out of CDBG and have that done?
Yes, we've already kind of said that in theory at a previous meeting. So this is just kind of cementing that that Marnie and staff would figure out how can that work, and they would have to then come back to us with that information.
Okay.
You didn't bifurcate. You just made it one big motion.
No, I mean bifurcating by saying we're approving it as is. We're not. The original motion was find an additional $50,000, but there isn't $50,000 just out there. So you're just taking you're directing staff to figure out how to use those CDBG monies we have already kind of set aside in a sense.
Okay. I think, okay. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I'm going to withdraw my second. And the reason is because there's a lot of businesses that are hurting citywide. And I think, we're dedicating a lot of resources already to Riviera Village. If we come back and see what they've done and they need it, we've not had a full subscription to the 40,000 that's out there. We could look at additional funding. But I want to be fair to everybody from people from North Redondo to people on the pier. There's a lot of people hurting citywide. And while we all love what's going on in Riviera Village, let's be fair to everybody. Let's spread the love around. I think that's important. I misunderstood your motion. I thought it was for just the $50,000, not an additional $50,000. So I'm withdrawing my second on that. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Okay, so, but what I heard staff say is that if you come back and you make Riviera Village do all the work to come up with they're going to do the 50,000, that 50,000 will come out of our general fund in a sense, because it's CDBG funding that would be reimbursing the city for our expenses. Is that not correct?
The state allocation is the one that we're using for city expenses. The CDBG has been allocated for specific programs, the business assistance grants and the pallet program.
And there's how much left in it that's unallocated then?
In the CDBG, there's the 50,000 that the RVA did not use.
Yep.
So technically, the 50,000 tonight plus another 50,000 is available. Okay, all right then.
Correct. And just to clarify, my comment was that it would affect the general fund was to that first motion that if you were going to give an extra $50,000 tonight, in addition to the first $50,000 to Riviera Village, that would have to come out of the state allocation, which affect the city's general fund. But if you're asking for a follow-up report on how can we spend that extra $50,000 on the CDBG side, this is on the agenda tonight. If you're willing to put the time into it, you could sort through it tonight. It's going to be pretty much the same information we bring back to you in another report. You don't have the time constraint that you have to make that decision tonight, but it's certainly within the scope of this item if you want to talk through how to allocate that $50,000 on the CDBG side, you could. Maybe what the second motion is that for us to dialogue with the Riviera Village bid, as well as direct businesses, see if Riviera Village can help us kind of come up with a way to broker that $50,000 so it doesn't turn into a lot of conflict within the community in terms of how that money would be allocated to businesses or to support business activities. So you could sort through it tonight, or we could bring it back. That was my point.
So, okay, we got the president of the Riviera bid here online, Mr. Ginsburg. I'm sure he can talk to how they are going to be spending the money individually. Mr. Hefkin, I do like the idea of utilizing the bid to make sure the money gets distributed evenly. And one of the ways I see that is people who are utilizing the outside parklets, because, like I said, they're spending significant amount of money maintaining those parkettes, and as well as upgrading those for the wintertime and the rain. So, Jeff, I don't know if you're there.
Yeah, he has his hand raised.
His hand raised? Okay, so can you explain to us a little bit more about how you can help in facilitating the individual businesses, as well, getting those monies, as well as how they would be using and how you guys be using the money moving forward?
Yes. Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Yes, the CDBG funds, I understand that the individual businesses is for reimbursement for them. And one of the problems that the Riviera Village Association has is it's pretty much burned through all of its funds and doesn't really have any more funds to put towards new parklets. And that's been one of the unfortunate things we've had to tell the last 3 businesses that requested parklets is that we don't have the funds to build anymore. And basically the $50K that's being allocated tonight is going towards the hydrology adjustments to the parklets that are already there kind of thing. So that money is already basically spent for updating the existing parklets to handle the winter season. The CDBG funds, what would make a lot of sense would be that we now have 3 businesses. Originally, when I wrote that, there were 2, but tonight I actually, from Ted, he sent me that we got the approval for the one on Catalina. So we now have 3 parklet requests in the Riviera Village, which when you add up what those cost, that's going to be close to the $50,000 right there just for building out those 3 parklets, which the businesses themselves could eat the cost of the build out. And that seems like it would be a perfect opportunity for use of the CDBG funds under those circumstances. Because like I said, the Riviera Village Association essentially does not have, any more funds after we've written the check for the hydrology retrofits to the parklets.
Okay, thank you. So does that clear up some of the expenses for everyone? So as it stands right now, the motion right now, Christian, can you restate your motion?
Very complicated. It was, let's approve the item as is to accounts payable demand check 96812 in the amount of $50,000, and then direct staff to come back with information related to a potential $50,000 allocation out of the CDBG CARES funding and how that would be appropriated at a future time.
Okay. So an additional $50,000 for the CDBG, and have them specifically specify that. Okay, I see 2 more hands up, Laura and John.
Okay, I've got my questions answered.
Okay, and obviously we need a date by this. This needs to happen by the next council meeting.
The CDBG funds do not have a tail, and it does not have to be done by December 30th. I understand that these businesses probably want to get going as fast as possible, but bringing it back on the 15th or our next meeting, which I believe is the 1st or something like that, could work for us. What we're looking at then is $50,000 for essentially these 3 businesses to assuage some of the costs of these parkettes that are going to go in on Catalina and on Avenue I. Is that what I'm hearing?
That and some of the other businesses that are having monies as well, because he said there's other expenses that they have, and there's leftover after that.
The motion of coming back in a week or 2 and having conversations between the city and the IVA and how to engage these businesses doesn't seem like it's slowing down anything. It's just kind of making sure that we come back and we've got this done.
Okay. Yep. I agree.
Okay.
All right. We've got a motion for and any more comments or public comments, Vicki or Eller?
No. Okay. So that motion was from Horvath, right? And then second.
Grant.
Okay. Great. Thank you. No comments or no more public participation.
Okay. Motion on the floor. And go ahead and get a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Aye. All right. Do you have anything to read? Nothing to read, right?
No.
Lonnie. Okay.
Not on this one.
Receiver pile. All right. Moving right along. We're moving. Item N6. Discussion and possible action regarding recommendation of approval of assignments of general fund balance ended on fiscal year June 30th, 2020. So this is essentially our year-end wrap-up for our last budget cycle. Marnie, take it away.
Evening again, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. As we do each year about this time, we'd like to share with you a financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2020. And then we'd like your recommendations for the assignments of general fund balance and your approval of the resolution for the carryovers. I'll try and share my screen here for PowerPoint. And I'll just show it this way. So for fiscal year 1920 revenues, here are some highlights or lowlights as the case may be. These are described in more detail in your general fund financial report that's in your agenda packet. Property tax, the revenue exceeded both prior year revenue and the budgeted amount. Any possible declines in property values from the pandemic wouldn't be reflected in our revenues until fiscal year 22-23. Sales tax is one of those items where our good news is that it wasn't as bad as we thought, still not good. Did not meet budget, but the online and food and drug, which is basically grocery stores, those came in better than expected. TOT revenue, the transient occupancy revenue, that one is taking the biggest hit in revenue. And that is way below both last year and the budget. UUT is the one that kind of surprised me. We actually came in slightly better than both budget and prior year, at least for this final quarter. With the pandemic, we didn't see too much of a hit there. Generally for general fund revenue in total, it was down about $5 million lower than the mid-year budget and about $4 million less than prior year. On the expenditure side, personnel costs, we had some savings as a result of closures with the libraries closed and recreational programs, senior centers, those type of activities closed. We didn't use part-time staff like we normally do. Maintenance and operations as well had savings primarily from the COVID-related closures. Internal service fund allocations, those are right on budget because those are calculated based on prior year actuals, and then we just charge 1/12 of the annual budgeted amount to the departments each month. So it comes right in on target and capital outlay is such a small amount, it doesn't even show up on the graph. So total general fund expenditures were about $3 million under budget. So our proposed actions with our fund balance, again, a year of good is not as bad as we thought. When we came to you in April with estimates at the very beginning of the pandemic, we were expecting to have a negative fund balance of magnitude of probably $1 million to $2 million. We did end up with a $500,000 balance. We get there with the proposed set aside of approximately $1.3 million for June 30 open purchase orders and for petty cash. In your agenda packet is a listing of those purchase orders that were open at June 30. The 30% calculation of vacation, comp time, and general leave balances of employees totals about $770,000. So we would retain that. Carryovers of approximately $470,000 for the general fund. The proposal is to set aside those funds. The carryovers for both the general fund and the other funds are in your agenda packet and are included in the resolution to carry these over. Things you'll notice missing from this year's proposed actions are a set aside for fiscal year 2021 appropriations. Thinking that we were going to end the year with no fund balance or even a negative fund balance, we didn't appropriate any beginning fund balance, so we don't need to set aside anything for that. And then it's already been talked about a little bit this evening in prior items, no transfers to the CalPERS fund or the capital projects fund are being proposed. There simply aren't the funds available to do that. The CalPERS Reserve Fund, usually what we're doing with our action at this time of the year is to replenish any borrowings from the fund. And again, thinking that we would need to borrow at this time, the 2021 budget does not include any drawdowns of the PERS reserve. And we had already replenished the fund through the 1920 appropriations. So we're good there. The capital projects transfer that is not being proposed would impact fiscal year 21-22 programming. There will be some Community Financing Authority funds available as there were for 2021, but that'll only partially offset what's not being transferred here, our typical $1 million. So that leaves us with $510,233 in fund balance remaining unassigned. So staff and then also the Budget and Finance Commission, who heard this report this past Thursday night, we're both recommending that those funds remain unassigned. So the recommendation would be to approve the assignments of general fund balance and adopt by 4/5 vote the rebudgeting resolution. And I can answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Very thorough report. I'm glad we ended up with more money than we expected. That's a great sign. Very conservative budgeting, so that's good. Thank you, Joe and Mike and Marty, for that. That's good. So, Mr. Lowenstein.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Marty, the $793,235 from the Community Finance Authority that's not included in this, where will that go? That's the prior year's general fund receivable for advances from the CFA.
Oh, so that's a different item. That's the advance that was used where general fund loaned the CFA money to refinance their loan that they had used to purchase the Kincaid's restaurant building.
Right.
So during the fiscal year that was paid off, so that just helps us get, not having to set those funds aside, helps us to get to the 510,000.
Okay. Well, because it says, therefore, the prior year's general fund receivable for advances to other funds, the amount of $793,235 is not included in the fiscal 2019-2020 non-spendable fund balance.
Right. So if we had to include that this year, we would have been underwater.
Okay. What about also the Galleria? Didn't we have some bond financing last year to deal with?
And that's what will be available to for the 21-22 budget to go and fund capital projects. So that'll kind of backfill what we're not transferring.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, Marnie, we have that on a bit of a sliding scale. Last year, it was about $1.25 million of available funds we were able to apply to the CIP, and this year we are expecting a little bit under $1 million, I believe.
Right. The 2021 amount included some catching up.
Right. So as we discussed in June, that was part of our sort of two-phased approach to capital budgeting. We were fortunate to be able to draw on those funds in lieu of general fund appropriation, and we'll be able to do that one more time next fiscal year. The following fiscal year, I think that money's down to about $500,000 or less. So it's not forever opportunity, but it's coming to us at a good time.
Yeah, that's good then. That's good that we have money for CIP. So, so I'm fine with banking the great majority of this money, with two exceptions. One would be, I've been talking to a number of the public works, specifically groundskeeping folks. They've been absolutely bombarded with requests. We've cut back not filled positions. I'm wondering if we can have one or two part-time people for 6 months to help them get through this, because they are having a hard time in terms of keeping up with all the projects. I mean, you know, I think we even talked about whether or not they're mowing some of the school district property. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot for them, and I feel bad for them. They've really taken it on the chin, and I'm wondering if we could maybe allocate $30,000 or so to get them some help for 6 months. The other thing that you know, we may or may not want to do is we keep getting emails and people saying we're not enforcing code. You know, maybe you have on a temporary basis some people with some code enforcement. I know we don't have a lot of money right now, and I think we can keep, you know, the great majority of this 510,000. Well, if we could allocate something for either one or both of those things, I think it'd be money well spent. So, Mike, do you have any comments in terms of how that could potentially work? At least on how it works.
The mechanics of this are fairly straightforward. You have tonight a resolution that authorizes the actions that Marnie just laid out. Exhibit A of that resolution actually identifies line by line the various carryover actions that you're taking You could, in the various categories, whether it be public works or community development, you could add line items specific to one-time appropriations for the items you describe, assuming there's votes for it. That is possible. And certainly part-time staff can be added to public works for groundskeeping purposes and the like for the remainder of the fiscal year. Ted, I think I talked to Ted today. He was going to run some numbers on what sort of per every $10,000 or so, what sort of part-time hours would be available to our staff on a supplemental basis. Ted, did you want to offer those figures?
I would. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, with the 30,000 that the council member has identified, that could equate to one part-time person. It's about 75% of the time of a full-time person that could be employed for a full year, and a part-timer for the summer months at a half schedule. So it could be divided in that sense, or two part-timers at a lower percentage for the balance of the year.
So 3/4 would be 30 hours a week, roughly?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be 2 for 30,000 for the rest of the fiscal year starting in January?
Correct. It's the equivalent of 1 year of one part-timer for that 75% time and one part-timer for 50% during the summer months.
Okay, great. Okay, yeah, I'll leave it up to the rest of the council to discuss these ideas about code enforcement and perhaps some help for our grounds folks. So thank you.
All right, Councilmember Holmstein, thank you. Councilmember Laura, were you up next, or John was next? All right.
First and foremost, very well done. Your budget or your projections were at the best that we could do at that time, and I'm so glad that we were able to beat those. That means just very good management of our time and our efforts and of the work is involved. Mr. Lowenstein, I very much appreciate your looking at public works, and I think it's very spot on. And in fact, I would say even a $50,000 allocation would be even better. And I'll just say they took a substantial cut when we actually did our budget there last time. They are being asked to do a number of different things. We give them kudos all the time as far as they're cutting the grass here, they're doing this, they're doing that. I think if we can give them any help, I would be comfortable at 50,000 out of that 510 that we have there. In fact, I would make a motion to discuss possible and to accept the amounts as designated, adopted by 4/5 resolution by title of resolution CC 2011-091 to authorizing the rebudget department to carry over requests to carry over unexpected balances, with $50,000 going into the Public Works Department to do so, and then also leaving the remainder of that unallocated.
And just to be clear, as part of that motion, that would be amending Exhibit A of the resolution to incorporate that additional $50,000 carryover, which would then reduce the unallocated balance amount from 510 roughly to 460 and change.
Thank you. That wasn't written in front of me, so I couldn't read that. So, thank you. But yes.
Okay.
That would be my motion.
Oh, do you have is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
Okay. Very nice. Councilmember MD.
No, that was okay. I was just gonna make the motion.
Okay. Joe, did you have your hand up, Joe?
Yes, I did. One thing also that I wanted to put out there, we did not put in the report. One other thing for you to consider is that we are in negotiations with 2 employee groups. The budget, full-time employees, the budget does not have funds set aside for anything in terms of benefit or compensation changes for those employees. One of the reasons to leave it unallocated would be that you leave monies available for a variety of uses, whether it's employee negotiations, whether it's capital, whether it's monies into the PERS reserve. We will be back before you in February for mid-year. We'll have definitely a better sense of our finances at that point. You may want to put more money into a use like this. You may want to put less money into a use like that. So that's why we had recommended kind of unallocated. I think that's why Budget and Finance recommended unallocated. It keeps your options open. So it's a council policy decision, but I just wanted to put that out there as an additional couple pieces of information.
Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein, show your hands up.
Yeah. So, well, I think it's great that we're throwing 50,000 at this need. I'm wondering if, we're getting 2 3/4 individuals to help for 6 months for 30,000, and either leaving the rest unallocated or maybe designating 20,000 for code enforcement. Again, it's something that we all need. We could leave it unallocated and then come back after the 30K, which would be 480 left. We could decide whether or not we want to throw some money at code enforcement, because I would think that would get, 2 extra guys or ladies, whoever it might be, for 6 months goes a long way for them. I don't know if we need 3, that might be overkill, and, there's a lot of usage, or we might need it, as Joe mentioned, for negotiations for employee groups. So I don't know. I mean, if it's take it or leave it, I'll take it. But I'm thinking maybe we just do 30,000 and then, leave the rest and then come back in a future date in a month or so and look at perhaps doing code enforcement, or if we don't have the money for that, then we use it for our employees. So anyway, I don't know what you guys think of that. I know there's a motion out there. So
I agree with you, Councilmember Lowenstein. I don't mind giving the $50,000 and for code enforcement and public works part-time. We have to think with the residents too. The residents are getting severe cutbacks to their services. Number one is 25% of the frontline firefighters on the ladder truck are cut and gone. So that's a huge cut to the public safety aspect. And we've got public like you said, public works, 30 positions there. The position at the Performing Arts Center as a risk, we closed 2 positions. There's a lot of services that we have cut down to the bone. We're cutting bone out in the city right now. So we definitely need to think about the residents and their cutting of services. If we have the extra money, I wouldn't mind an extra 20,000 just for code enforcement. I get a lot of complaints regarding leaf blowers, people smoking outside, just general code enforcement, quality of life issues, and we need to keep that on the forefront for the residents, especially now that the residents are home a lot more, safer at home. That whole working at home business, it's really affecting them. So I if anything, I would say increase that allocation by an extra 20,000 to do for code enforcement as well.
But just one thing to correct, we don't have extra money. We're not putting $1 million. Don't we normally put in $1 million in capital funds? And don't we normally do a lot of other things that we set aside? Yeah. So there's no extra money. It might show that there's 510,000 general fund balance after mandatory designations and transfers, but that's because we're not putting into our accounts that we normally do at this time. So we really don't have any extra money.
Right. Yeah.
Just so we're clear on that.
So, yeah. Well, which kind of illustrates the point. If we only designate 30 to public works, then we can have 480 left to decide what we need to do, whether it's a lot of things. But I think if we put 50, that's 3 people. That's a lot. I got to hand it to you, John. That's great. It's good that we're all kind of rallying around them. But I think 2 should probably get them. I think they'd be really grateful for at least 2, and we could figure out, hey, if for another 20,000, maybe we could figure out if they're really behind, we could figure out to give it to them or to code enforcement, but to give them 50 and then not be able to use the 20 for something else.
Right.
Or not.
Well, we're talking about the code enforcement action. Do we have the ability to hire a part-time code enforcement personnel? I know we talked about this a few weeks ago. I don't know if you're there, Brandy or Joe.
Maybe I'll chime in before Brandon jumps on, but the challenge there is we have a pipeline of part-time employees that supplement our maintenance functions in public works. So there's a process for that. There's hiring procedures that are I wouldn't say a revolving door, but it's a frequent activity. Bringing individuals like that on is something that we can execute very quickly. Part-time code enforcement requires specific training and other types of things that we'd have to implement. It's not as easy a proposition, which we've laid out for you, options with contracts, part-time or expansion of full-time resources. We've given you those in various budget response reports in the past. So it's not as easy a function to supplement. And I do think if you wanted to talk about it, the better time to do it would be at mid-year rather than to simply add a carryover item now that we may have a little bit of difficulty executing.
Okay. And mid-year, you said you're going to bring up in early February?
Well, not early February. It'd probably be the third Tuesday in February.
So we have a better idea of where our finances sit then.
We'll have a much better idea, and we'll get to that a little bit with N7, and you'll see that in the dearth of the information on the revenue side as it relates to first quarter, because the preponderance of our general fund receipts come in tranches. We'll see a big number in December, January that helps inform that mid-year estimate.
Okay, so yeah, I definitely feel more comfortable than talking about a lot of the stuff and spending the money, so to speak, or reallocating certain funds that we're not allocating right now or filling up right now in February when we have a better idea. Because I see us going towards another shutdown, and that's going to kill outdoor dining 50%, already 50% on Friday, starting Friday. So that's going to be a huge hit. And that hits parking revenues, hits retail sales. So yeah, we're nowhere near to be out of the woods yet on the finances, this whole issue. So, so we have $50,000 on the floor. Councilman Grant, can you restate your motion? I know you have your hand up, so you can restate your motion and have questions. Make sure we're all on the same page.
Basically, it's accepting the carryover resolution, adopt by 4/5 vote, the carryover resolution with $50,000 in the Schedule A or Addendum A to Public Works to hire as they need, and then also leave the remainder unallocated. The way I look at it like this, the Public Works Department is asked to do a ton of things, and they have given a lot during our last budget crisis or budget crunch. This is a direct give back to our residents because they do see the benefits of it. They are mowing our grass. They are putting things together. They're doing a ton of things. A lot of projects out there and a lot of things going on. So I just think that this is money well spent from a department that's working hard. We're all working hard, but they're out there 24/7 doing our things. So I feel really comfortable with this.
Okay, perfect. Councilman Horvath, you had your hands up? No, you're muted. We see you.
I don't disagree with the sentiments that are being expressed, and clearly we tried to address this at budget as it relates to public works, and we, and as it relates to most funding that we allocated towards different departments. But I mean, I hear that Councilmember Lowenstein is hearing from line level people, but I haven't heard staff bring this up as like something that was absolutely needed right now. And, the truth is that if it really is needed to bring on an extra couple part-timers, if we just carry over the money as the Budget and Finance Commission recommended and as staff is recommending, if Public Works and Ted and Mike really believe they need to bring on a couple part-timers, then they have that discretion to do so with the carryover funds, as opposed to you just carving out monies and and saying it should be used for this. So I just want to, I don't know if Ted or Mike wants to weigh in on this, but I don't, I wasn't hearing them saying they absolutely want this. Clearly they'll do whatever we decide, but do you guys want to just weigh in on that?
Yeah, this is a challenging issue because as you've all made good points. At the end of the day, the budget significantly reduced our public works resources, and very hard hit in that adopted budget was our groundskeeper crews and the folks that provide our regular and routine landscape maintenance services, street medians, parks, civic center, etc. So but at the end of the day, we are living within our means. Our current maintenance schedules and cycle of mowing and trimming and weeding and with changes to our level of equipment and access to leaf blowers and things like that, we've made those adjustments, and you're seeing the impacts of that, right? Our medians at certain times might be overgrown. Our parks at times might look a little shabbier than they normally would. Those are the impacts of those budget changes. A supplement like this with some additional part-time would help that. It would elevate our level of service. So to your point, do we need it? We can live without it. We have been living without it. And without this appropriation, we would continue to live without it. Would it help enhance our level of service in a visible way? Yes, it would. Adding part-time staff to Public Works always does that. So it's really a matter of community priority. And do you want to see a little bit of this money spent in that way, or would you rather bank it and provide more flexibility for yourselves come mid-year? I think for you to spend $30,000 on a supplemental carryover now, it would help Public Works operations, and it would not significantly hamper our ability to make choices at mid-year. I don't think that's an unreasonable amount. 50 starts to get a little bit, that gets to be a bit of a bigger number, but operate with either a supplemental appropriation or none at all. It's really a priority decision.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, Mike, I feel a lot of complaints from people and concerns, and one of the things that I'm hearing a lot of are filled trash cans to the brim. I mean, from the harbor to the Esplanade, the village, the parks, veterans, I mean, a lot of these places. And, again, with people safer at home and restaurants now majorly doing takeaway foods, those trash cans are filled ever more than before. And that's, this is something that, we need to be proactive on is, again, quality of life.
Now trash is unique. Depending on what business sector you're in, we have a different maintenance approach, right? Street cans are emptied by Athens Services on a scheduled basis in, say, Riviera Village or near, other public centers, near bus stops, etc. The trash cans down at the pier and harbor are emptied by our maintenance personnel that are charged to the uplands and tidelands. Trash cans in parks are emptied by our groundskeeper personnel. So the supplemental appropriation that has been mentioned tonight would help augment that service level, but it would do nothing in the village and it would do nothing at the pier. So just so you all understand, or the Esplanade for that matter, those are also emptied by Athens personnel.
Yeah, I mean, I'm using it more so as hey, this is what's happened. I mean, I understand the Athens trash cans,
right?
But I see them, the part-time personnel staff everywhere doing these kinds of things. And if we just allocate a person, I mean, when you say the harbor and tidelands, uplands, if we allocate from general funds, at the end of the day, harbor, tidelands, uplands the uplands takes money from the general fund. We bill to the general fund for those positions, correct?
Well, if the uplands revenues were to be insufficient to cover our dedicated uplands expenses, the general fund would ultimately have to backstop those expenditures. So,
like the tidelands is right now.
Yeah, tidelands is clearly within balance, is self-sustaining for the time being. We're okay. Uplands is a different matter.
We're red in the tidelands right now, aren't we?
I'm sorry?
We're red in the tidelands.
Well, we're structurally red in both, but our fund balance in the tidelands is still in the nearly $10 million range. So we're comfortable in tidelands. We can deficit spend in the tidelands for a short period of time. Uplands, we have a much shorter runway on because we don't have the fund balance in uplands, and we now have significant debt service payments that we have to make each and every year, and ultimately are backstopped on a collateralized basis by the general fund.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, I'd be in favor of the monies being spent there. You know, we've hit that department really hard. After this, for me, it's the fire department that we got to find some money for. So that's what I feel. Oh, Christian, do you have your hand up again?
Yeah, listen, I'm just gonna not to beat a dead horse here, but I am just gonna bring this up. You know, I'm fine if you want to go this route. I'm fine with it. But you know, just remember, these are the consequences of decisions that are made. You know, when we say like we're gonna not change, you know, the street lighting and landscaping fund, which those monies would go to public works, right? But our general fund is running at a deficit to backfill that, right? So I mean, or when we you know, when we don't keep up with growing expenses or just with trends, you know, in terms of like parking fees, you know. So, you know, these are things to just keep in mind when we're having those larger budgetary discussions, because each of those has kind of a trickle down effect on then when we get to this point and we're like, hey, now we're noticing a degradation in service in one area. Those are the decisions that we end up having to make, you know, at budget time, right? And who are we picking and choosing as the winners, and where is there going to be a lack of service? So, you know, I'm not saying that to kind of put any shame out there, right? I just want it to be, you know, recognize that those are decisions that we have made, and I don't necessarily agree with some of those decisions, but we've collectively gotten to where we are. So when we do come back to this at mid-year, or you know, during budget season next year, you know, these are things that, you know, I know some people get annoyed that we keep talking about them, but we do need to talk about them because they do have ramifications on simple things like this. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, and just, you know, to verify, Christian, it's not one or two people that approach me. I've talked to 15 or 20 people that have all said the one thing we really need is more people up there. And so it's not isolated. I bet if you reached out to a bunch of them, they would all tell you that. Besides the fact that they haven't gotten a pay raise in a long time, the fact that they're understaffed is a big problem. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to keep it to 30,000 only because, you know, an extra 20,000 might be overkill. We can maybe use it, you know, in the next budget cycle to go to it. But, you know, I'd like to see if you guys would accept a friendly amendment to do that. It seems like that's 90 extra hours a week instead of 60. And that's a lot. 60 is a lot too. It would go a long way. So that's my friendly amendment.
Councilman Gran, your microphone's on. Off.
So I'm comfortable with 50 just because we're not taking the entire 510. We're taking a portion of it.
But you're taking it away from code enforcement as well too, that you could use it.
But John, we're going to need a 4/5 vote. And so it sounds like Christian's not happy with any of it. And it sounds like they want 30. So it sounds like the 30 you might be able to get Christian to come along with it, but he doesn't want any. So you need to get to that 4/5 vote somehow.
Laura, you're the seconder, right?
Yeah, but I don't get to choose. He does. And so I'm just making an appeal that perhaps.
I'm not sure what the extra 20,000 does. You getting a third person out there?
Todd, let me work on this. So.
Thank you.
All right, John,
I'm supposed to keep my mouth shut when the deal is signed. Sorry.
So I'm just saying, I admire you sticking to your guns on what that is, but you need a 4/5 vote on this, and so you might want to think about that.
It's true.
You know, I'll just say this: Public Works is understaffed, and that extra 20,000 we will see benefits, this is the best bang for our buck at this moment for that department.
Agreed, but you've heard from the three people that you need votes from that they don't agree with that necessarily, or maybe they agree with it, but they don't feel comfortable going that high. So let's just think about, do you want to win the war or you want to win the battle? So let's kind of go that way.
If it will pass at 30, I'd be great. Fine. So
you're going to amend your motion to be $30,000.
Actually, Todd is amending the motion. I think 50,000 is the right number.
You are accepting the friendly amendment from Councilman Lowenstein to go to $30,000.
I don't see that the $20,000 is that big of an issue to put an additional on there. But
Thank you.
Passed, I think we can go there. Yes.
Thank you very much. And Councilmember MD, do you also agree?
I will accept that amendment. Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you, guys.
Great. So let's hear from the public. Eleanor, is there anyone, e-comments and or attendees?
I don't see any hands on the Zoom, and we have no e-comments.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. There is a motion on the floor with a second for $30,000 and all of the other minor updates to the paperwork for that. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Aye.
And then I will read, adopt by first vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2011-091, a resolution of City Council of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing to re-budget departmental carryover requests and carryover unexpended balances as of June 30th, 2020 for donations, grants, and capital projects as amended. Thank you.
All right. Perfect. Thank you guys very much for that. So we are on to item N7, discussion of possible action for receive and file regarding the first quarter budget update. And this is regarding how much money we are taking in or not taking in. And Marnie, you are up once again. Late night for you.
And good evening again. At the time of the budget adoption during such uncertain times, we committed to providing periodic budget updates to both you and to the Budget and Finance Commission. So we have for you tonight an update for the first quarter of the fiscal year. And this presentation was also made to the Budget and Finance Commission this past Thursday. The city's largest revenue source is property tax. And to date in the first quarter, no secured property tax has been received. We get our large remittance in the month of December. But we did recently receive an update on property tax from our consultant, HDL. And a couple of the reports that we were provided with that update are included in your agenda packet. And they indicate that we may be able to increase our revenue estimate for property tax by up to $500,000. Sales tax, basically the same report we gave you for 1920 is true so far in 2021. The revenue is not good, but not quite as bad as we thought it was going to be. And again, primarily from online sales and food and drug category, which is our mostly grocery stores. TOT revenue, again, the same picture as was true for 1920. We're being hit hard in that revenue source. That one, with restrictions being prolonged. There is a chance come mid-year, and we have more data by that time and know more about restrictions, and maybe we see an end to them. We may need to lower that revenue estimate at mid-year. Property tax in lieu of VLF. This is another revenue source for which we've gotten no revenue in the first quarter. We only get 2 payments during the year, and the first one is not in the first quarter. But our property tax consultant is recommending that we adjust that revenue source up by $200,000. And finally, on the revenue side, the property transfer tax. Early in the fiscal year for this first quarter, it's looking good. Both the property values, the selling price, and the turnover are high. But the timing for these sales is really different than in previous years. In previous years, summer was the high volume time for sales of property. This year, summer did not have many sales, but the fall is showing these good indicators. So it's really difficult to project whether the trends that we're seeing now are going to continue through the fiscal year, or whether it's just we're seeing the summer sales happen in the fall and we're gonna go back to the lower levels. So more time will give us a better indication on that revenue source. Just as there was a general fund financial report for fiscal year 1920, there's also one in your agenda packet for the first quarter of 1920. So you can get more details on the revenues in that report. It also details expenditures for the first quarter, where we're trending to budget. Couple things to note as far as budget and actuals go. In the first quarter, we do make the prepayment to CalPERS for our unfunded liability. So that's our payment for the full year has already been made and is reflected in these in these expenditures. The second thing to note is that when we adopted the budget, one of the things we had projected savings for was the closure of the library for 2 months. And of course, we're already beyond those 2 months, and we certainly don't have an opening date yet. The services that they're offering are using a little bit of part-time staffing, but not to the levels that that they're budgeted for. So we will likely see additional savings from the library. And that pretty much summarizes first quarter. You know, as we told you would happen, most of our revenues that we're receiving in the first quarter are really applicable to the prior fiscal year. So we have very little data to go on, but that's what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, and if I could add, Marnie, the real point of this first quarter update was to check in to ensure that we didn't need to take any drastic action in advance of our typical mid-year adjustments. And the good news is, based on the trend lines, we don't need to do that. So that's a positive. 2 other points of note. The sales tax data, and Marty just touched on this a little bit, the sales tax data that we have to date ends in June 30. So we really don't yet have a good handle on how, say, outdoor dining performed over the summer months for us, or whether or not we saw any uptick or recovery there. We're still operating largely off of HDL's projections, which are more regionalized in nature at this time of the year. So at mid-year, we'll have the period ending in September, and we'll have a better look at how we did in those summer months with the efforts that you all directed us to make as it pertains to outdoor dining and helping the businesses along. So I think that'll be a little more interesting on that front. Marty did mention the library. To put it into some scale and perspective, every month we stay closed at the North Branch and the main library, we save roughly an additional $60,000. So there will definitely be a downward adjustment to expenditures at mid-year as it pertains to library services. We just don't obviously have the ability to spend and open those doors. So it's, I think, a good news update to give you some large perspective, but it is really an order of magnitude check-in. Now is not the time to make any changes to our budget or advise you to do anything other than what you've already adopted as it pertains to 2021. It's a receive and file.
The receive and file. So, okay, so I got a couple questions here. One is, we just had a discussion from the hoteliers and what they're expecting moving forward. You know, obviously no group rates, no lower rates, or no group reservations, no moving forward, lower occupancy rates. How do those occupancy rates? I know we were expecting a certain amount of recovery in our forecast in June. I don't know if you have those numbers there.
The short of the answer to your question is they're trending about as projected. We anticipated on the aggregate over the course of the fiscal year about a 50% occupancy level. We also thought that RevPAR would be down. Sadly, it's trending right where we thought it would. The thing that concerns us, and this was Marnie's point, is if we do see another, say, set of travel restrictions or another safer at home order that mirrored what occurred, say, March, April, May, our 50% projections and forecast on revenues are going to need to be adjusted. So right. We're counting on the restriction levels that are in place now to remain on a go-forward basis. If they snap back, we'll likely have to revise downward at mid-year.
So that was exactly my end question. So yeah, I fully see another shutdown happening between December, Christmas, maybe even into January before this vaccine comes out. I mean, it's just 50% of outdoor dining is gone starting Friday. And that's going to be a huge hit to sales tax revenue and parking meter fees, which leads me to my parking meter stuff. How are we looking on parking meters revenues? It says here we're percentage of budget 30%. So year to date, actual first quarter $630,000. But adopted budget is $2 million. 1920 was $694,000. So we're down by roughly $60,000. Is that what we expected? Is that higher?
Arguably that's higher because you're comparing effectively a non-COVID first quarter to a COVID first quarter. So that's testimony to us getting meters installed. We've now electrified more meters than we had electrified this time last year. With the outdoor dining success, I think we performed better there than we thought we might. So that's arguably, although we're down year over year, we're still likely trending towards anticipated budget figures. So that's probably a flat line right now for us.
We're in line. So of course, at first quarter, we would expect to have 25% of budget received, and we are at 30. So,
and our first quarter for parking receipts historically is our stronger quarter because it encapsulates the preponderance of summer months. So we're trending in line, and that's a good thing. I mean, we could have easily not been trending in line given the COVID problem.
Right. I mean, listen, the beaches were packed far beyond what I've ever seen in the history of working down the beaches and being on the beaches. I mean, they were absolutely jam packed. Every day. I mean, the hot weekend days, everything was packed. So that's good to hear. We had those parking meters go. If we can get a breakdown of the parking meters, parking revenues, I should say, between the harbor and the village, maybe some other places as well, so we know how we're doing. Do we have all the parking meters in place that we bought, the $260,000 worth?
I believe, maybe if Keith wants to confirm this, I believe we're either nearing completion of install or have completed install of our new electric meters.
Yeah, I think they're all in. I'll have to double check, but I'm pretty sure they're all in.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I mean, parking is a big deal along the coastline. So I know we have the Walker report too as well. Is that done yet?
Well, remember, there's two components to the Walker study. We paused the parking, regional kind of parking analysis due to kind of traffic patterns being different during COVID than they normally would be. So that portion of the study has been delayed. I think we are working on the RFP, and I think maybe have actually advertised the RFP, and then we'll be bringing back responses to that in the next couple of months. I don't know, Keith, if you want to fill in the details on that.
Sure, and I just got confirmation that all the new meters are in. Yeah, so the parking consultant has delayed most of their actions with regards to the report. However, they did carve out a portion of the scope of work for the application. So the RFP for the app just went out. So we're moving forward with that, but the rest is going to be delayed. They won't come out and do the analysis of these locations because they've all changed.
Is that the RFP? Remind me again. The RFP for what app? For the smart parking app?
Correct. So what we did was we just moved forward with that. They were able to do that portion of the report. So we consulted with them and we just put the RFP out.
Consulted with Walker Consulting?
Correct. They completed that portion for the mobile application, but okay. it requires an RFP, so that just went out.
Okay. Can you? I'd love to see a copy of that, just to see. And when do we expect that to be coming back and having online, so to speak?
I don't have an exact date. We have to let the RFP run its course. See who responds, put the committee together, do the analysis, and then we'll bring it back. So I imagine we're at least a month away from that.
Okay, and that's going to be council approval as well?
Yes.
Okay. So it sounds like we're pretty far away from getting fees off of that, seeing how that goes. But yeah, I mean, I would just like to see personally more of a breakdown on the parking meters and or parking different lots, because if we're doing really well in an area, that'd be good to know.
Well, we can certainly at mid-year make that a bit of a focus. We can give you a budget response report on that. We'll have good data to compare and contrast against the success of the restaurants with the outdoor dining, and we can compare and contrast to parking trend lines in similar months. So we just don't have enough data that really allows us to kind of look at that in depth. So.
Okay, and I see parking citations here is pretty much at normal, down 2.5%, which is really nothing. That's actually pretty good because we weren't enforcing parking for street sweeping.
Right, until recently, right.
So recently. So, wow, that actually blows me away. So we must be, we're doing well on that. Okay, business license fees are down 41% for business license tax year over year. Is that right?
Right. So we have two things going on. We do have fewer businesses paying their license fees. They are either closed and not paying them, or just delinquent in their payment of them. In addition to that, we did a finance system upgrade in late July, And that has prevented us from posting and therefore being reflected in these amounts, the payments that are made online. And of course, in the environment we're in now with City Hall being closed, almost all of our payments are made online. So there are a portion of those that aren't reflected in the revenue numbers yet. Munis, our provider of the software, has been working on a solution for us. They've got it working in the test environment, so we're about ready to put it into the live environment and be able to post. So second quarter will again provide us with better information on that.
Okay. Yeah, hopefully it goes a lot higher. If we get 40% less businesses registering their business license because they're out of business, that would be horrible news. Yeah, that'd be really bad. So hopefully that's what the glitch is, and we can go up from there. Real quick, the property transfer tax, that's down by 20%. Is that just because we have less property transfers, or just because we don't know yet really what those transfers are happening? I'm assuming that's what it is, the latter.
Yeah, going into the budget cycle, we anticipated fewer year-over-year sales, right? I mean, it's a quantity issue as much as anything else. But as Marnie pointed out, there's been a surge of late with sales. So it's possible that we'll actually get back to prior year annualized revenue, and which would allow us to make an upward adjustment. That's the way that calculation works.
Okay, perfect. Councilman Grant, you are up next. You have your hand up.
Thank you. I was going to ask about the business licenses, but thank you for answering, Marty. Appreciate it. So I'll just make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
Who seconded that? Horvath or?
Yeah, Horvath.
Okay. Okay, do we have any comments from the public?
I'll just say again, very well. You guys did a terrific job at forecasting with the best information you had. That this is a pretty good. We're doing better than we thought, which is fantastic. So thank you.
No comments for e-comments or Zoom. No participants to participate. Thank you.
Okay. Real quick, Mike. Real quick, I was looking at this graph here. I meant to ask this: total of expenditures, operating expenditures. The parentheses where they're negative, for instance, for human resources, for 14.5%. That is below the budgeted amount, so that's good. Or that's above. It's page. Sorry, it's page 4 for the general fund financial report expenditures. Continued. It's so, for instance, like human resources says 2.1 million adopted budget. We spent 594,000. First year quarters 519,000. Adopted budget was 2.8 million from last year, so we're down 75,000.
So the parentheses indicate an unfavorable.
Unfavorable. It's a negative.
Spent more than last year. There's an explanation down below that the October retiree insurance payment got posted to the first quarter. So it's really just a timing difference of the retiree insurance. It's not an area of concern.
And that's of the budget, what we budgeted, correct?
That's in comparison to last year.
Oh, comparison to last year.
So there were only 3 payments this time last year, 4 payments this time this year.
So shouldn't those numbers all be significantly less, at least 5 to 10% less?
Well, retiree insurance isn't going to be.
No, not that one, but overall, because we cut the budget, so we're spending less, right?
you'll see that amortize over the course of the year because the cuts in HR were made largely in the personnel category. So that amortizes over the 12-month window.
And generally in the self-insurance program fund, not in the general fund too.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. No more questions. No more e-comments. No more hands up. We have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Grand, second by Councilmember Horvath. We get a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Aye. All right. Is there anything to read on that? No, right?
No.
Okay, perfect. Oh, you know what? I skipped over city manager items. I'm sorry, Joe. Did you have any items that you want to discuss to us about?
Yes, I just have one item tonight. If I could ask John LaRock to tonight, as many of you know, is John LaRock's last city council meeting in Redondo Beach. It's not his last city council meeting ever. It's just his last one here. He's been an integral member of our team. He's been with the city for the past 13 years, 5 years as community services director. Wish him all the best as he joins the city of Torrance as their community services director. You know, I've been doing this kind of work for a long time, and John is one of the most capable, hardworking individuals I have ever worked with. He's got the highest ethics. He's an excellent manager, very compassionate. We are definitely going to miss John, and we wish him the best. It's bittersweet for us, but very happy for him. So thank you, John, on behalf of everyone on city staff that's worked with you. I'm sure people are going to want to say things.
Yeah, so we go down the line here.
Not at this hour, hopefully. I will just say it's been my honor and good luck to everybody.
Thank you, John, for your service. It's been great. You did a great job. I love the beach ball in the back. It's a fantastic job that the time I've been here, and I know your Recs and Parks Commission enjoys the work that you do over there. I've talked with a lot of them over there, so thank you. Anyone else from the council or Christian? You got your hand up.
Yeah, listen, I just want to say, John is more than a colleague. He's been a friend. I met him back in 2011 through the TEDx organization that we created here, and he was an integral part of that early group. It's been an honor to work with him here on city staff. He is awesome. He gets stuff done. Sorry, I was going to say something else. And I'm just super enthused for him, which I've already communicated to him privately, but you will be sorely missed. Those are big shoes to fill, and I'm not trying to slight Joe or Mike who filled those shoes at one point in time. So best of luck to you, and I look forward to working with you sub-regionally. So.
Great. Councilmember Grand.
I just want to say, I said privately as well, you've been a pleasure to work with. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Our seniors are just in a much better place because of all of your compassion, and our community services is going to sorely miss you, but man, Torrance is getting someone awesome. Great. Go get there and go be great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Councilmember MD.
What I'm always amazed at is how you are so patient with everybody. You are so, and it comes from a genuine place of where you really care about other people. And it really shows in everything you do. So thank you for everything you've done for Redondo. I'm now going to have to call Mayor Pat Fury again, but stealing people. But I wish you all the best in Torrance.
Great. Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'll keep it short. Our loss is Torrance's gain. So best of luck to you, John. Thank you for your years of service.
And thank you again, John. It was great. I know the public Parks and Rec Commission is going to miss you a lot. I know you put a lot of work into that. So thank you. Chief Kaufman, you got something to say?
Yeah, John, wanted to thank you on behalf of the entire police department. We've really relished our relationship with you, and you've really helped us behind the scenes. Great collaborator. Torrance is very, very lucky to get you. So thanks for everything. Really appreciate it.
Great. Thank you again. Yeah. So with that, we go to P1. Nobody else has their hands up. And we will need mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Lowenstein, do you have any?
Yeah, just 3 real quick referrals. All the public works. Hey, Ted. Sorry to dump this on you. I was just wondering if we could get an update on 3 things. One would be the median on Catalina that was torn out. I was wondering if that's going to be replaced anytime soon with the trees. The second thing was the electric vehicle infrastructure that we've talked about. Have we made any progress with charging stations in public areas? And the third one is I was asked this today. I've been asked it a number of times. The turn signal on the Yacht Club Way from Harbor Drive. It's dangerous, and we're wondering if there's any progress made on that. So I was wondering if we get some updates at say the next meeting or the meeting after that on where things stand.
We could get you some updates, Councilman. I'm not certain we'll bring it at the next meeting, but maybe the meeting after that.
Okay.
Briefly tell you that on the EV chargers, we actually got some additional funding that's become available, and we've revised that. We're revising our plans and specs to bring them forward to you over the next couple of meetings to approve the plans and specs and authorize advertisement of that project. But we'll bring you an update on the other 2 elements soon as well.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Great. Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
No, thank you.
Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay. I have a quick question to Mike Webb regarding the pallet shelter stuff. We will be bringing that back one more time, at least one more time, right? Regarding policies and procedures. Some things have been brought up regarding getting Public Safety Commission to review bi-monthly, the public safety aspect of it, things like that. Will we be seeing it one more time at the council level?
Not for action. It'll be city manager will be sharing with you the administrative procedure he passes, and the contract, and John LaRock can speak more to this, the contract and letter of agreement with between the county and the city and Harbor Interfaith may come back to you.
Okay. I see John's shaking his head. Yes. So Joe, you'll be bringing back the administrative policies regarding that to the council?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. So we'll deal with that then. That's perfect. Okay, so that is it. We have no more closed session. Can I get no adjournment? And can I get a simple old motion for a happy Thanksgiving and meeting until December?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
And can you get a happy Thanksgiving there too?
I'll accept that friendly amendment.
There you go. So are we adjourning in memory of a turkey?
Ooh, I like that.
Just one turkey?
All the turkeys.
Actually, I think it would be appropriate to adjourn in our best wishes to John LaRock in his new job. Go be awesome in Torrance. How's that?
Fantastic. I like that even better. So thank you guys very much. Can I get if anyone have any issues with that? No? Perfect. It is so ordered. Thank you guys very much. Have a great night.